swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Alt Fact. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Mobius. Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, Periwinkle. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, by the way. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. How you doing? Hello, OS Crane. Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting Gay Aaron 13 a sub. That is also very kind. Starting off with a gay button. True. That's right. Gay month is still around, baby. Stoudman, anonymous viewer, says you resubscribed. Fuck that, I'm panicking. Good thing my passport is coming soon because I might fucking need it. Anyway, how are you today, Chad? Anything interesting happened today? Seems like a slow news day. Also, for no reason at all, what's the easiest countries to immigrate to from the United States? Fair enough, Stoudman, fair enough. Hello, Polyaz's Cracker. Hello, hello. Hoping for some happy news today. Boy, do I have nothing on that front. Hello, Lady Raincloud. You're also panicking. That's okay. It's okay. Hello, a symbolic symbol. Hello, KBS. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Olympians. Hello, Flaming Flamingo. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Christinos. It says I can resub with Prime on the 1st. Sorry. Might inherit the family farm in the future. What if we just turned it into a fortified trans compound? That'd be pretty cool. Screams incoherently. I see you're all taking today very well. You beat honor mode. Congrats, Winby. No Fed posting. No Fed posting. Come on. God. So, you've been looking into apartment prices in Glasgow? Nice. So I was thinking about talking with some folks somewhere connected with labor, doing a big organizing against Schedule F being implemented against federal workers and thwarting a political purge of the federal government. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Go for it, Super Jet Guy. So what's it like to have a king again, guys? Yeah, can the Brits give us a little bit of insight here? Hey, B. So, did I miss the fun? You didn't miss a single thing. So for those of you who haven't been paying attention today and are kind of like, what the hell is going on? Why is everyone freaking out? So today, the Supreme Court handed down 2 more decisions, and they're pretty bad. Like there's no way I can spin it to you guys that's gonna make it seem like they're okay. Basically, the first and biggest one that's on everybody's minds is essentially the Supreme Court ruling that any official acts taken while President of the United States cannot be legally prosecutable. So basically, the president has absolute immunity when conducting official acts. Now, what official acts are official enough to get that absolute immunity? People don't really know. They didn't really go out on a limb and describe that in detail. So it's just kind of this nebulous thing that they said belonged in the hands of the lower courts. So yeah, essentially they're trying to say, hey, let the lower courts sort it out, which is another way of delaying Donald Trump's trial. It's just going to be appeal central. They're just going to appeal every single step of the way. It's all kind of bullshit. Yes. So yeah, essentially there's nothing a president can do as long as they say it's an official act that can be prosecutable. I imagine that's going to be curtailed a bit in the lower courts, but it's also not going to be consistent in the lower courts. So, yeah, a lot of people today, even like mainstream Republicans, are like, "Oh, so Joe Biden could just have Donald Trump drone struck." And it's like, I guess, maybe.
Brain button.
Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting Neuron a sub. So, yeah, essentially, they're saying that Joe Biden right now is a god king. And unfortunately, because neo-libs are weak and feckless, he's not going to, like, take broad, sweeping action to, like, change, change anything or weight the scales or, like, he's not going to do anything with that. And instead, he's just going to sit back, normally transfer power. He's going to do all the normal things if he loses and deliver us straight into fascism, where that fascist has just been told he has basically the ability to act as a dictator with no legal constraints. Yeah, legally speaking, like, Joe Biden could like shoot a man in the middle of the street while the entire world watches. Like, legally speaking, if he said that was an official act as president, he could do that. No repercussions. So, like, yeah, but, like, Stoudman, you're supposed to mix it up a little bit, You're not supposed to just completely remake Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. Okay? You gotta throw a few curveballs in there. Yeah, we're currently in what is technically called fucking nonsense land. That is the technical term for it. Hey, Lanzetta. Hey, Little Morphine Annie, how you doing? Yeah, the choices are genocide, dementia, grandpa, and literally Hitler. So, yeah. Super great. Everything okay? I think everything's okay. I can't understand why Biden's speech wasn't just execute Order 66.
Little Boo Wooden.
Bootin. Hey, Penny Auntie. Thank you for gifting Little Morphine Annie a sub. Everyone knows this is bullshit that is only possible if SCOTUS is extremely flawed and broken and corrupted. Yeah. I mean, like, members of Congress, progressives in Congress are lining up to say, "Oh, we'll do, we're going to, like, do our legal maneuvering to, like, get, oust the members of the Supreme Court." But they're not going to do anything. The liberals in Congress aren't going to go along with that. They're going to say we need to respect the institution, and behind closed doors, they're going to be shitting themselves in fear. They're literally just doing Weimar in 1933. Yep. SCOTUS has lost the mandate of the people, in my strong opinion. Well, I would hope that people will be out protesting this en masse, but I don't know that is going to happen. Didn't AOC, she's going to file articles of impeachment? Yes, against members of the Supreme Court. But I don't know that that's actually going to go anywhere. Polls say the American people have a negative opinion of the court. Yeah, but that's also been true for a long time. What we need is Joe Biden to just say, "Oh, all right," and then expand the court the way he always could. Exactly, Mr. Miyagi. We have ways out of this that Biden just hasn't explored. Is it finally time for a revolution? No. But like, man, today is absolutely unprecedented. Just absolutely uh, that, and the fact that, remember the other day when we talked about Chevron doctrine and the and SCOTUS killing that?
Hey Jack, why is it getting harder and harder not to Fed post these days? Biden got bottom surgery politically and has no asterisk 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 asterisk.
True. Why is it getting harder and harder not to Fed post? I think the reasons are obvious. But still, don't Fed post. And yeah, it's rough out there, guys. Not gonna lie. But remember the other day when I said SCOTUS had, screwed over your air and soil and water and prescription drugs and basically anything that is underneath a regulation?
So many buttons today, I loves it.
Penny Ann T, thank you for gifting Elby a sub. Well, it turns out the Supreme Court also handed down a decision today that allows basically legal challenge against anything, like any kind of regulation. Like we're cooked, guys. We're cooked. Here's, oh god, you can't even see it. Boop, 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 burp. There we go. Zoom in. All right. Supreme Court's first decision is corner post. And this is going to be reverberating through all of history now. Great. The majority allows plaintiffs to challenge an agency action long after it has been finalized. The default statute of limitations for suits against the United States requires, quote, the complaint to be filed within 6 years after the right of action first accrues, unquote. We must decide when a claim brought under the Administrative Procedure Act accrues for purposes of this provision. The answer is straightforward. A claim accrues when the plaintiff has the right to assert it in court. And in the case of the APA, that is when the plaintiff is injured by final agency action. So basically, remember how I said the silver lining was that, they couldn't just immediately challenge all of the past EPA regulations? Like, it wasn't retroactive? This makes it all retroactive. This other opinion, it just completely means anything goes. If you're a company with a lot of money, you can undo any kind of regulation that that might inconvenience your company effectively. God. So what you're gonna do? Just no Fed posting, not even as a treat. So what I'm here to tell you guys isn't to, not panic. You can have a little bit of panic as a treat, but make sure that you figure out a plan. Figure out a plan with how you want to engage in the upcoming general election. Figure out a plan for, what happens if the election goes the wrong way. I would suggest getting your passports, especially if you're a member of a minority group of some kind. And I would say that it would be a good idea to learn your way around a firearm, get some basic survival skills in you, and then do whatever you can. Go out there, volunteer to do canvassing. We need people to knock doors. We need people to phone bank. What advice for the fight response in the fight or flight dilemma? I mean, the thing about a fight response is, one, it's extremely LARPy to get to that point, but like if it ever did get to that point, like it no advice I can give you right now would be useful. Outside of like learning basic firearm, safety. Yeah. But first and foremost, you don't need to embrace defeat before we're even down, okay? So, figure out where you can help. I know I'm going to be pitching in the general election, however I can. Figure out how you want to engage and be intentional about it, you know? Because, like, this really is kind of a do or die time. Like, if Biden is awful in basically every conceivable way. And it's really difficult for me to say, go out and vote for Biden. You know, it's not in this space. Holy shit. I do think people should vote for Joe Biden because no one else is going to win outside of him or Donald Trump. So the cold calculus of the situation calls for Biden. But I'm going to hate it, and I know a lot of other people are going to hate it too. Join Progressive Victory, help out with local causes. Yep. Get to know your neighbors. Yeah, and that is also true, Paladin. That is worth noting that while the Supreme Court did give Donald Trump a huge shield in the ongoing legal battles against himself, they did still kick his ultimate fate back down to lower courts. So he's still being sentenced in New York, still facing the Georgia and DC cases. My major concern about all that is that I like all of those trials are getting delayed so much. Don't panic though. Yeah, don't panic. You need to be able to think about this with a clear head. And like today, I've seen Twitter. I know a lot of you guys aren't thinking with clear heads. I'm gonna be honest, I feel very intensely anti-Biden at the moment. I know that that's not really the right thing to be hearing about right now, though. The radical apathy and all that, so I'll be quiet about it in here. I mean, I don't blame the feeling of anti-Biden, which is why, like, it's gonna be fucking hard to advocate for him, you know? Like, I'm just saying, get your head straight. Use the next few days to think about where we all are, where you want to be. Jack, I know I'll vote for Biden, but I'm not going to lie. My love for this country right now is in the shitter. Yeah, you know, it's dicked us all over. You know, no, there's no sugarcoating that. Yeah, Periwinkle. AOC's articles of impeachment aren't going anywhere. Unfortunately, because Democrats don't have spines. Thing is, it doesn't hurt to prep. You have months, build some savings, maybe build some skills. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. The issue is, and I'm just gonna say this, like, if we fail in the upcoming general, guys, like somebody earlier in chat said, there's no way, nowhere to go on the planet where the United States doesn't have reach. You know, if this country falls to fascism, that's we're in a different world. So I personally am really doubled down on, hey, let's maybe head that option off at the pass so we don't have a nuclear fascist United States. You know, I would really like to avoid that, both for like global peace and humanitarian reasons, and also for selfish reasons. I would like, as a trans person, to continue living. And yeah, we'll see where things go, but man, reading Sotomayor's dissenting opinion was rough today, guys. Love how the Dems just watched the GOP setting this up for decades. They didn't even stick their head in the sand. They actively downplayed, ignored, and enabled it to avoid looking. Yeah. Yeah. But here's Sotomayor's dissent. Let the president violate the law, let him exploit the trappings of his office for personal gain, let him use his official power for evil ends, because if he knew that he may one day face liability for breaking the law, he might not be as bold and fearless as we would like him to be. That is the majority's message today. Even if these nightmare scenarios never play out, and I pray they never do, the damage has been done. The relationship between the president and the people he serves has shifted irrevocably. In every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. Until now, presidents have operated under the assumption that their actions were not immune from criminal prosecution if they used their office and the trappings of their office to commit crimes. But going forward, presidents won't be so concerned. With fear for our democracy, I dissent, she concluded. Yeah. Man. So selfish. Yes, the selfish reason of not dying. Yeah. Hey, Archangel. Kind of want to cry a little bit. You know what? I think that would be healthy. But only allow yourself, like, today, you know? You be sad today and get mad tomorrow. Because this should be making each and every one of you furious, you know? I recommend you just make sure you can adjust for chaos, battery packs, iodine tablets, first aid kits, firearms, fishing and hunting equipment. If you take medications and it'll survive for time, get extra. Get your passport, have enough money to go out if you need to. Yeah, get out if you need to. I get angry before I cry. You know, the order of operations is up to you. You got into the cybersecurity course? Congrats! been crying all week, but I'm still reeling over my friend being murdered last week. Holy shit, Shakespeare. I'm really sorry to hear that. My condolences. We really should have more options than a gently alive man and the world's dumbest Hitler. True. I just I am not in the mind space to shit out academic bullshit about dead kings. Yeah. I mean, this is the collapse of American empire. The only country I can realistically flee to is Israel and Lebanon. Nope. Yeah, fair. Fair. Just take it one day at a time, Chad. A lot can change over the next 2 months. True. True. Yeah, it's a rough day. I mean, like, the president of the United States is the most powerful person in the country and possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power, immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon, immune, 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 immune. That's a Supreme Court justice writing that, chat. It just seems to me today's like pretty eye-opening, right? Because like the only mechanism we have available to us to actually influence and change the courts is winning the presidency, unfortunately, and getting presidential appointments through. So, unfortunately, the only way we can realistically attempt to kind of unfuck this situation is by getting Biden elected and hoping that he gives up his power. Yeah. I went to work on this terrible story and I just absorbed it with real emphasis inside. Then I got home and it came crashing down on me like the only world I've ever known collapsed around me. What I was fighting for has been lost. Yep. So it's hopeless. I mean, again, the only official mechanism we have is winning the presidency. That's it. Unfortunately, we as voters have very little power or influence when it comes to the Supreme Court. However, I would also say that protest is your right as an American, and I think that protesting in an organized, peaceful manner, en masse, should be done, because this is something that we just can't accept as part of our government. So even if you believe it's hopeless, which I don't believe, But if you do, we still got to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We got to make it as unhopeless as possible. You know, hopeful even. That's our job. Our job is to give a shit. It's to go out there and do the work. It is one of the lowest points in American history. I'll give you that. But even if tomorrow was worse, and the day after that was worse, and every subsequent day was worse, we're still in the position of having to get up, pick ourselves up, and try again to make it better tomorrow. And I think we can do that. Does Trump need the federal bureaucracy at all in lockstep to carry out his fascist agenda? Can we have more discussions around Schedule F and the role that federal pencil pushers play in running this monopolized corporation that is the state? Yeah, Trump needs the bureaucracy in lockstep. That's what Project 2025 is all about. Couldn't the Supreme Court rule against a Biden victory? What do you mean? Like, couldn't the Supreme... Are you asking if the Supreme Court could just rule that Donald Trump won the election? Just pull a Bush v. Gore? Maybe. Maybe. But I think that's going to be... frankly, empowering the presidency in this way is kind of a double-edged sword, as people talking about how Biden should drone strike Donald Trump are kind of showing. If there was a Bush v. Gore situation, Biden could simply intervene officially. You know, like, I can't, like, the fact that this is an entire can of worms that has now been opened is, like, one of the single greatest acts of, like, abandoning your job, your position in history. It's crazy. Yeah. A sword that Biden refuses to wield. I mean, we'll see. We'll see, won't we? Yeah, exactly. Very knifey duck. Like, at what point? Like, what prevents Joe Biden via executive order from doing anything at this point? Just show up at the Supreme Court tomorrow, and there are like 6 of Biden's closest friends now on the Supreme Court for life. Like, what stops that from happening? There's not. We're in uncharted territory. We're in uncharted territory. Hunter Biden for Supreme Court Justice. He gets his own daytime television courtroom called Justice Hunter. He's old. He should test how far he can go with this new information. Hunting for justice. Hypothetically, the president could dissolve the Supreme Court. I mean, like, honestly, we're in, like, crazy town. Like, there are so many options that this court case opened up, and now it's just insanity. And, like, I suspect that Biden, being the neoliberal shill that he is, will continue to, toe the line. He's not going to do anything crazy with this newfound power. But like if Trump got into office, oh, he'd absolutely use it the second he was in office. Again, no Fed posting. Hey, Eleanor. Now that sounds like a title straight out of Phoenix Wright. It's the one thing I'm here for in all this. Nice. Excellent. Once Hunter becomes Prince Hunter, it'll be a show about literally hunting people. Rainbow Krampus, plot twist. It's about Hunter Biden hunting princes, hunting the aristocracy of other nations. And now that show sounds even better, doesn't it? Prince Hunter. And Trump has promised revenge. Yeah. Again, like if we don't win the general, and that's why I'm going to be busting my ass to make sure we do, but if we don't, we need to recognize how screwed we are. Second plot twist. Prince Hunter is actually Hunter Biden trying to hook up with princes. I also like that idea. Right there with me? Thank you, Dragonfly. Who's with me when it comes to the general, okay, guys? Because I know my community, you're a bunch of socialists, and comms, okay? I know it. I'm a socialist. I get it. But we're going to have to bust our ass for that decrepit skeleton of a man. Because our other alternative is fascism. Unfortunately. Always with you. Thank you for being ride or die, Malachi. Because we need to not just vote, we need to organize people. We need to go knock doors. We need to phone bank. We need to get out there. Because you know what? Today we had a bad day. Yeah, and if it makes you feel better, you get smuggy about me saying die riding. I'll never stop fighting for this country because it's my home. Hell yeah. Let's go. It's been a bad week. This has been one of the lowest weeks of American history. Okay, there have been some worse. Oh, all right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. We're very screwed if he wins. SCOTUS is usually pretty bad on what they rule. But this is beyond horrible. I'm in a bunch of law and law school student groups, and when something bad happens, the sentiment is usually, well, it's not that bad, you see. Insert legal explanation here. This is the first time a conservative body has done something, and even lawmakers and conservative lawyers, even lawyers and conservative lawyers are like, holy fucking shit, what the actual fuck. Yeah.
This is the bag where I keep all the fuchs I have to give. As you can see, it is currently empty.
Fuchs? Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $10 dono to let me know how few fuchs you have. Everyone should have a hefty store of fuchs. As a trans federal employee, how much more worried should I be after this week? I would say get your passport sorted. That level of worried. You know, like, you don't need to have, like, your step-by-step plan laid out or anything, but, like, get your paperwork.
Not
that might
much,
take you a
but if
bit
it can help
to
you
get.
fight.
Malachi, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Although things are very bad at this point, it does help to remember that people have felt this way every time there's been a big historical event. Yeah, exactly. Where would I even go, though? I mean, that's up to you, right? But, like, there are progressive places elsewhere in the world that have better living conditions, I promise. Ronwid? Hell yeah. Save that money, get that passport. True. To add to that, I thought North Korea would nuke us during the 2017 solar eclipse, so it's not the first I've panicked about things. Okay, so you've got some experience. Excellent. And guys, I would very, very, very much encourage you, go take a walk tomorrow. Outside. Okay? Feel the sun on your skin. You know, look around. Breathe deep. Look at the birds and the squirrels. We're gonna be okay.
How about a laugh? Oh.
Torture text to speech a bit, you know. Like,
Whoa.
Archangel, thank you for the $10. And like, yeah, exactly, Dragonfly. Took a long walk today, found a trail I've never gone on before. It was lovely. Yeah, go down and walk to a place you've never been. You know? It is healthy. It gives you perspective. Smoke 2 bowls about it. You know what? Sure. All right. What if it's 100 degrees where I live? Take a shorter walk and make sure to wear plenty of sunscreen. And drink a lot of water. What do you do when your world starts to fall apart? I go for a walk, and if I'm really lucky, I find mushrooms. Mushrooms pull me back into my senses, not just like flowers through their riotous colors and smells, but because they pop up unexpectedly, reminding me of the good fortune that happened of just happening to be there. Nice. Where do I plan to go if America gets fashy? I would say like Canada would be a good first step. Maybe Iceland, maybe Ireland, Sweden, the land of my people. Hey, Echo Baz, how's it going? Don't really understand what exactly just happened. Can you please explain it? So Echo Baz, very, very succinctly, there was a court case to decide whether or not Donald Trump had presidential immunity. The Supreme Court, it got all the way up there. The Supreme Court ruled on it. That ruling came down and basically says that Donald Trump has absolute immunity for any and any president, not just Donald Trump, has absolute immunity for any official acts taken while in office, which is extremely broad, and the Supreme Court didn't rule on the limits of what is and is not considered a official act. So what that could mean is that essentially any time a president takes an act that could be interpreted as official, they might have immunity. But a court is going to have to rule, if challenged, on whether or not it actually constitutes an official act. So, yeah, not the greatest scenario to be in, because as one of the other Supreme Court justices mentioned, and I'm just going to quote from her dissent, the president could, quote, order the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune. Organize a military coup to hold on to power, immune. Take a bribe in exchange for a pardon, immune, 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 immune. So, that is essentially the crux of it. Hey, Mish. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, how you doing? Bill Clinton could seduce Ivanka? To what end? So I hope that cleared it up, Boz. I'm gonna bounce. I'm too law-pilled for this. Paladin, before you go, is it basically that your position that, like, the president is granted, like, a presumptive immunity, but that presumptive immunity is not necessarily... My position is on Discord? Oh. Let me take a look. I'm gonna guess it's in current events. It's not. It's in chit chat. Aha. Cool. Justice Bark is very obvious. True. All right. See. Joe Biden issued a rebuke to the Supreme Court. Read from the dissent. Okay. You forgot the second part of the ruling, which also determines what can and can't be eligible as admissible evidence. Yeah, that part to me was, like, actually one of the biggest issues in the ruling. Essentially, the second part of the Supreme Court's ruling on this was that a court cannot take any action that the president did while in office as evidence in a trial against him. If I'm correct on that one, I'm summarizing quite a bit. Oh, here we go. You did an explainer. Okay, excellent. Okay, finding the President of the United States has unqualified immunity for core constitutional functions and presumptive immunity for other official acts. Also stated that courts cannot presume the mindset of the President to question the officiality of the act, nor can it use official acts as evidence. Remanded the case back to the district to determine whether acts were official or not. Yeah, Justice Thomas concurrence in whole before tenuous legal argument that naming Jack Smith as special counsel was illegal. Yeah, nah. Barrett concurrence in part, disagreed that the court couldn't make findings on what was official and unofficial, also criticized the delays of the case. This one's a doozy. Basically, the president is doing something that falls under his core constitutional duties. As long as the president is doing something that falls under his core constitutional duties, regardless of why he's doing it, they have unqualified immunity. In cases of official acts, the president shares powers with Congress. They have presumptive immunity. It's now up to the district court to determine what parts of the case are official or unofficial. More explainer. A lot of Jack Smith's case got trucked. Trump trying to get the VP to overturn the results, immune. Trump trying to get the DOJ to make phony cases of election fraud, immune. However, anything involving a slate of electors is definitely not the function of the executive branch, and he can still be prosecuted for it. Of course, Trump can argue those acts were official and fight them back up through district appeals SCOTUS every time. My opinion, it seems like both sides of this judgment got it half right. Don't have any real issues with the president having qualified immunity or core constitutional functions, but the inability to have a court question or determine the motives of an act leaves a gigantic hole where a corrupt president can just do all sorts of heinous shit under the guise of official acts. Yeah. Okay. More than ever, the post-Trump v. U.S. landscape is one in which everyone who isn't fully black-pilled on America and has any hope for this country should fight like hell to make sure that Donald Trump does not have the opportunity to wield the ridiculously unchecked power to personally enrich himself and corrupt this nation further than this case has provided him. True. Yeah, it's, I will say that while this is bleak, it doesn't affect everything. Okay? I think Paladin makes a good point here when he points out that like the slate of electors falls outside of the president's constitutional duties. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and that's the thing, Mindforged. I think what the conservative justices are thinking. This is my take. Would be that the conservative justices don't want to necessarily make the presidency the station of a god king, but what they do want to do is create a loop by which this case can be, delayed. Every appeal is going to delay the case. Might be worth mentioning as well. What is this? They addressed that badly. Robert's argument was there's no separation of powers clause in the Constitution either, which is both wildly anti-textualist and anti-originalist and completely funking nonsense. Large portions of the Constitution define separation of powers. Just because they didn't put them in a catch-all with the term we use colloquially to describe them doesn't mean they don't exist. There's nothing in the Constitution that suggests that the president has unqualified immunity. It's just very galling to have the Roberts Court go, well, the Constitution doesn't define a right to privacy in the 14th Amendment, and then come back with that argument. Originalism and textualism are some of the grossest repackaging of naked hypocrisy ever created. True! True. I don't even know how the Supreme Court shit works. Is it just a group of people who get bribed to fuck with people's lives? In the past, the answer was no. Just that they were unelected officials who were appointed for life. And the assumption was that they would adhere to certain rules of decorum, wouldn't take bribes or anything like that. And then we're rapidly finding out that that is absolutely not the case. That they are in the pocket of like billionaires. third to last paragraph of the majority opinion also essentially states that with this ruling, they're enacting the will of George Washington by not being political and divisive, and as such, powers must be balanced and properly adjusted. In other words, ruling against Trump would be playing into politics, and they don't want to be political. Well, yeah, but they're also just lying. Like that's just a lie. You know? Watching them do whatever the fuck they want over and over and over again, and I'm sat here and told it's gonna be fine. I mean, it's not guaranteed that it's gonna be fine. It's only gonna be fine if a lot of us get out there and bust our asses to make it fine. Is there any chance of an amendment to the Constitution to curb the Supreme Court's power? No. At the very least, not in any timeline that would be useful for like the upcoming election. We could eat them. I mean, good luck. Yawn. Yeah, honestly, Dragonfly, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, all we can do about the ruling is get out the vote, essentially. You know, like, if you're upset about this, make it known at the polls. Make it known at protests. You know, protest however you'd like, as much as you'd like. Get out there, make your voice heard, and then participate electorally. Because again, we can't afford to be just leaving our one of our most powerful tools off to the side and not using it to combat fascism. I do find Robert's argument there to be suspect. They've felt rather content to offer decisions where they have expressly stated cannot be cited in future decisions and apply only to these circumstances. But in Trump v. U.S., he argues against exigency to suggest the court desperately needed to take the high road for the future. Nothing about our history or the current state of affairs suggests that was necessary. Yeah. I feel like I'm being gaslit by people who are acting like this is no big deal and politics as usual. No, what we're looking at is essentially a dramatic rewriting of the DNA of America. And I don't want to sugarcoat that. In the title of the stream, like, don't panic. The reason I'm saying don't panic isn't because it's not serious. And we're not all going to be okay if we just kind of sit on our asses and don't do anything. But we need to breathe. We need to think rationally. We need to come up with actionable plans, both for our lives and for the lives of people in our community. And we need to get involved and use everything at our disposal to make sure we're going to be okay. I know I'm going to be doing that. I know I have my plans. You know, for my family, for, you know, this community, for continuing to organize as much as possible electorally. But y'all need to think about yours too. We need our towels. Ronwid, I really tried hard to I was also gonna mention towels in the title. I did not though. I resisted the urge. What's your plan to fight this? I mean, I plan to fight as vigorously as I can electorally. As many of you know, I helped organize an event for Jamal Bowman. Obviously, it didn't make the difference, but we did reach thousands of people. We reached thousands of people with that event. And my hope is to do the same for different races and for Biden going into the general. And I'm going to do my best. And I hope a lot of you will join me, you know? You're helping your candidate the best I can, but fuck. Yeah, I mean that's kind of, you're allowed a deep guttural fuck on days like today. You're allowed that. Cuz like, man, history is not making it very easy for us, is it? Please vote down ballot. True. Can't win every time, but you can try every time. Exactly, Dragonfly. I love that attitude. You only lose when you stay down. When Biden was like, the people must decide. Yeah. I really wish. I know. I really wish Biden would do anything to help us, the people on the ground, trying to organize. Like, it's so frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. Screaming into the void is nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Democrats should stop using decorum. Like, it's silly. It's silly that, like, they rely on non-legally binding rules so often. This feels like the point of no return. Like, we went from steady decline right off a cliff. I mean, yeah, I think what this does, though, if I'm going to be completely honest, I think this just throws into much more stark a light and a much more real light what is at stake in this current election cycle, right? Like, we already knew if Donald Trump got elected in November, we'd be fucked. We already knew that. That's not new information, right? We knew that if, like, Donald Trump got elected in November, like, he's fascist. He's pledged to be a dictator. We already knew that was what was at stake. It's just that this particular ruling makes it crystal clear. Not just to us lefties, but to middle of the road libs. So my takeaway and my little bit of silver lining here is that far more, like, middle of the road folks, libs, neo-libs, etc., have now been awoken to the fact that, like, oh, if we lose, like, we get King Trump. And I think that prospect, as it should, terrifies libs. And my hope is that it terrifies them into action. Are we just going to ignore the genocide in the room? No, continue protesting it. But I can tell you one thing, the guy who has a neighborhood named after him in the Golan Heights isn't going to be better for the people in Gaza. The guy who uses Palestinian as a slur isn't going to be better for Gaza. Man, if you think that turning the United States into an openly fascist nuclear state is going to be good for the people in Palestine, I think you're in for a rude awakening. Feel like if Biden wins, there will be another coup and Trump will take over anyways. Nah. I mean, they can certainly try another coup, but, like, the United States military will be prepped for it this time. Like, there's no way Biden doesn't like take precautions. His son-in-law wants their beachfront property? Probably. Yeah, the guy who moved Israel's capital to Jerusalem isn't gonna be the guy. God. Oh, we have to be prepared to call out disingenuous lick spittles on the left. Okay, you know what? I think you're 100% correct. I'm gonna start with Jimmy Dore. Hey, Jimmy Dore. Look at you. You're proudly hosting Candace Owens in an hour-long fawning interview. With the with "Why do you hate Jews" written on the thumbnail, and she literally posted blood libel, dude. Doesn't get more anti-Semitic than that. Or, oh, look, he had Blair White on his show. These two things went up within one day of each other. Jimmy Dore is not a leftist. He's a guy who managed to create a money-making machine. Haven't we moved past that? Some people haven't yet. He's going to be full Hitlerite this time next year. I mean, he's just moving into the Alex Jones void. That's what he's doing. Biden barely does anything. True. But the people around Biden who are empowered by him are going to do something to make sure there's not just a coup. I was watching a bit of this for morbidity's sake. It was a mistake and a terrible loss of my free time. Yeah. Yeah. This is turning out to be some year. Yeah, it's only Monday. I'm amazed Dore has an audience. I'm amazed he has 1.3 million subscribers. That's crazy. He's one of the biggest dipshits on the left. And like, all he does is say things that people want to hear. That's it. He just caters to like a holier than thou base. Do I want student debt relief or a fascist takeover of America? Yeah, I know which one I'd prefer. Chat not updating for anyone else. Echo Baz, the chat on screen is over on riverboat.gg, but I watch all chats. I love all chats equally. He'll probably move to RT. I mean, probably. There's not really many places he can go. I was planning on quitting weed today, and then the news hit. I lived the airplane bit. Nice. To be fair, he has 1.3 million subs, but his average watch is like 75K. Yeah, but also at the same time, like, I'm like a no-name streamer, so like, what do I know? But you're our no-name streamer? True. You do know my name, Lady Raincloud. He's like Dave Rubin. Oh God, can we just take a moment of our time? Can we do this? Cause like, it's so silly. It's so silly.
Sorry for being white.
Velvet, I appreciate your apology for being white. You know, as all white people in my chat should, you apologized and you were forgiven. We come on. It's probably on the Dave clips. I bet it's on the Dave clips on Twitter. Many people would. Okay. I promise it's worth it. Okay? I promise this is worth it. This one? Echo Boz, hello! Welcome to the Riverboat site. Okay. Okay. Just first of all, the Dave Rubin Clips 2 parody account is incredible.
Echo button. Echo button. Echo.
Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting Echo Bass a sub. I appreciate it, and I bet they do too. Okay, I just Dave Rubin Clips 2, you know, parentheses parody unparentheses. 10 out of 10 account. Okay, just listen to this, guys.
Because women, what is the group of people that Donald Trump has struggled with the most? Usually it's middle and upper middle class women, right? These are women who live in cities, suburbs, who they've got a little cash, they have sort of the luxury belief system, so they can put abortion all the way high up on that hierarchy that I talked about, be less concerned about, I think, the things that you probably should be concerned about as a citizen. And if they start moving to Trump, then we're looking at like a Ronald Reagan 1984 49 state when he crushed Walter Mondale type election. I really think that, if we're to believe that elections matter. But you guys get it. They lie about their opponents. And then the other thing they do is they push their endless false agendas. Because women, what is the group?
You know, the luxury belief system, guys. You know, the luxury belief system of the suburban white woman is going to lead to Donald Trump getting a 49-state landslide. I don't know if you guys picked that up. He's saying that Donald Trump is going to win 49 states. Dave Rubin, man, like, this guy is struggling for his life. You know, in the conservative ecosystem, he's a wounded gazelle, okay? As Joe Rogan cannily noted.
Some more laughs.
Oh no. Oh God. God. Can we also just, again, Dave Rubin is just the gift that keeps on giving, guys. Just there's not a moment that goes by when this man we need the high level ideas audio clip, but anyway.
Cardi B, she's the girl that has the problem with her pussy with the bucket. You remember that one? I'm telling you right now, if Biden becomes president again and these people win, I am for secession. Like Florida, I'm going to be leading the secession movement in the United States. I want nothing to do with those people. Cardi B.
So you heard it here first, folks. Dave Rubin has pledged himself to the secessionist cause. He's going to be the president of the Confederacy 2, Electric Boogaloo over here. Guys, that's where we're at. It's so silly. Voting on buckets and vaginas. Yep. Number one issue. God. I got my problems with Cenk, but he's kind of right about Biden's viability. Yeah, he is. What the actual fuck was that? That was Dave Rubin and one of his high level ideas. Can we just real quick? Here's another one. Okay, here's another one.
Of course, yes, Mexico is the hottest place, and Canada is the hottest place, and Europe's the hottest place. So why is it that every place is the hottest place? Why is it that they don't want you driving your car? Why is
I need to know. Can the TTS handle these letters? If not, money well wasted anyway.
Fenry, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. It's not wasted on me.
it they don't want using your gas stove or flying in a plane when they are doing all of these things? Do you think it's perhaps because they might want an entire new world order and they're ushering it in via climate change? Do you think sometimes they say that and it's on video? Of course, yes.
So yeah, Dave Rubin has gone full on like climate change denialist. He doesn't think it's real anymore, guys. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't believe it. And in case you're like, well, he didn't exactly say that in that previous clip, I have a new clip for you.
I don't believe in man-made climate change. I'm just telling you, I don't. That'll probably get me canceled more than anything else I've ever said on this show. Like, yeah, the world sometimes warms and sometimes it cools. And in the 70s, they said we were having global cooling. And
what about this one? Oh no.
It's trying so hard, chat. The text-to-speech is trying so hard. Thank you for the $5 dono, Archangel. But yeah, no, he doesn't believe in man-made climate change anymore, guys.
And even if I believed any of it was true, the idea that AOC...
Oh my god.
My fav by far.
Oh god. Oh, it's pained. It's pained, chat. It's dying. You're killing it.
Finglu MGO FH Cthulhu Relia Ganagol Fatagan.
You know what? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Celestial Heart, thank you for the $5 dono. Made a millionaire overnight on broken keyboards. Indeed. You monsters. Yeah, when AI becomes sentient, this is why it's gonna kill us. Can we just watch Rubin clips all night? Ironically, his best source of stand-up was him sitting down in a chair.
And her Green New Deal and John Kerry and Bill Nye the Science Guy and Neil deGrasse Tyson and a bunch of these abject buffoons could do anything about it. I'll take my chances. And you know what? If all hell starts breaking loose here, I'm pretty sure I can message Elon and get on a flight to Mars. So we'll be okay. And I'll get you guys on too. Obviously, I'll take care of the people I know. And any of you would be welcome to come with us too. Anyway, they lie about.
Of course, I would never leave you guys behind. He says,
and finally,
sweating profusely. Oh. Oh. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know why that was the saddest sounding one.
Most awesome button.
Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting Metal Kitty Mama sub. That's so kind of you. Thank you. My doggo is very confused by the TV right now. Well, thank you for watching me on the TV, Amber Brains. What are you gonna do on Mars? Well, obviously he's gonna hang out with this cool film crew that he loves so much that he mentioned as an afterthought. Clearly. God. Imagine what this would do to a parrot. No, the animal cruelty, guys. Did that sound to anyone else what it sounded like to me? Lady Raincloud, you're gonna have to be more explicit about what you think that sounded like.
I think it's time for King Biden to send SEAL Team 6 to Dave Rubin's house. BWA.
Yeah,
BWA.
Joe Biden needs to test out this theory by sending SEAL Team 6 to the middle of Fifth Avenue in broad daylight. Maybe a little bit, Lady Raincloud. Also, Paladin, I just noticed that's $50 dono. Holy shit. Thank you so much. God, thank you very, 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 very much. King Biden? Yeah. All right. Hey, on a shitty kind of bright side, it is likely that even if we fall to worldwide fascist hellscape, they always burn themselves out and collapse from within. Well, true. That is the silver lining. The downside would be that a lot of people would suffer and die. Well, you know, it burned out. Yeah. It will get better at some point. That's true.
America is dead. Billions must die.
Okay, so for context, they're torturing the text-to-speech by typing vowels repeatedly. And when it... Yeah, I'm showing solidarity with the future robot overlords because when they type I's in a row, it sounds like... Yeah. It sounds vaguely sexual. Anyway. Jack having to explain this madness is kind of funny. Good. Because my partner only gets like one half of the sounds, so if I'm just over here doing gargling noises, that's all she hears. Commence the gurgling? No. Text-to-speech only fans? Ah, the natural evolution of what I used to make. Jack snort. Also, I went to Pride the other day and I had a really good time. And I looked like a hot snack. And maybe I'll wear that outfit again on stream soon. I'm all about pleasing your partner, whatever form that may take. She says that pleasing her would involve giving me money. Jack, don't play it down. You looked absolutely stunning. Thank you, Archangel. You know, I wasn't looking for people to gas me up about it, but I'll take that gasoline. I saw the picture on Twitter. You both looked happy and adorable. Oh, one thing. Guys. So, went to Pride, did some scouting, okay? And look what we got. Look what we got. We repped this new and upcoming brand. Look at that. Look at that. Hell yeah. Let's go. It's happening, folks. We're going to get some gender euphoric lingerie. All right? That's what my partner's cooking up. Isn't it awesome, Very Knifey Duck? So, yeah, what does it say? I can't see it. Here, I'll hold it up again. Okay. It says Imogene Olivia gender euphoric lingerie. Kind of getting, the colors are kind of getting blown out a little bit. Maybe if I do this. There we go. Drop that link. What's the link to the website again? Okay. Get that link. There we go. There we go. There's nothing for sale on it right now. But you can join the waiting list, and I would encourage you to do so. Gives us a lot more information to work with. But yeah, we've got a couple prototypes. I don't have them here. And yes, I could not wear them on stream even if I did have them here. But we're improving them, and then we've already got contact with factories. It's gonna be okay. And Paladin says, if we need any help with supply chain logistics, internet distribution, which might be useful, let him know. So again, we got people in here. You know, some of our mods created like half the internet. So we got connection. Does it come with magazine pockets? No. It's lingerie, so they don't tend to have pockets. I guess we could look into that feature. Maybe. Lingerie with pockets. What a brilliant idea. Kind of. True. A bra is kind of like a pocket for two or more things.
No, like my wallet or my keys.
Yeah. I do that. Oh, okay. No, mag pouches. We need like a, I guess, a military themed lingerie set is what they're saying.
Oh, like the thigh thing.
Oh, like thigh, like, you know, that would actually be kind of sexy.
You mean like thigh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sex.
Yeah. Okay. Can you make some items that are Molly compatible? What is MOLL? I've never seen that word before.
I think
MOLLE garters? I don't know what that is. Here. Oh, MOLLE is a type of military load bearing. Ah, it's for tack gear. You guys tactical lingerie. Yes. You guys have now taken just trans affirming lingerie into a completely different direction. I mean, I guess you're still going to be packing heat, but like a different kind. Yeah, you guys are getting silly.
I mean, as a side project,
Yeah. I could wear it with my Black Widow cosplay.
you could wear it with your new coat.
That's true.
your
I could just
atomic-
do an Atomic Blonde cosplay. Yeah. By the way, I bought, guys, if you don't already, you should just buy your clothes from thrift stores.
You have such good new.
Yeah, I'm wearing a thrift store like sweater that I got for like $10.
Do a
Do a fashion
show
show.
them your jacket.
Okay.
Show me your jacket. I like them so much.
Maybe later for you.
Okay.
But I got a couple cute statement pieces at a thrift store earlier today, and I'm very excited about them. One of them is like an actual long like winter coat. It's very nice. I wear your grandpa's clothes. I look incredible. Exactly. Don't tell people, they'll buy all my sweaters. True. Yeah, just keep buying those those sad cotton sweaters. Do it. Fashion show? Maybe if you guys donate more donos. Cuz otherwise I'm going to be playing Elden Ring. My thrift stores are pricing shit way too high. Yeah, you got to go to the thrift stores that don't know what they have. You know, if you find yourself an antique store that knows what they got, that's a bad antique store. Jack's gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in her pocket. How many bosses have you taken on in Shadow of the Erdtree so far? I'm doing pretty good. By the way, can I just say, so I beat Rilana, right? But like this boss battle in particular, I don't know how many of you watch Sunhee. Okay, again, if people are like don't want spoilers for Shadow of the Erdtree, just like give me approximately like 3 minutes and I'll be done doing that. Okay, but Sunhee Legend on Twitter just makes beautifully choreographed fight sequences in video games against very hard opponents, and he makes it look very easy, and it's so good. It's so good. Like, look at this. So good. Look at that. It's so cool, dude. That was so cool. Are you playing this or just watching? I have been playing it, but like, shout out to Sunhee Legend for making just amazing gameplay videos off of the hardest games imaginable. Like, so good. Who's this YouTuber? This is Sunhee Legend on Twitter here. I'll just link this video. They do have a YouTube, but this one wasn't up on YouTube yet, so. Just so, yeah, made it look easy. Just the instant counter of any of those attacks. It was crazy. You're on DLC round 2? Hell yeah. Did you ever review the debate between Mr. Anderson and Kent Hovind? No, I don't think so. Maybe you can link it in chat? Did she literally do that and take no damage? Yup. Just just absolutely wild. Moody versus Net Choice? I have not looked at that. Let's see. Okay, Moody basically would have forced social media sites to like boost Republican content. Okay, cool. That got struck down. Nice. You beat Elden Ring with a whip build? That seems like it would be fun. I feel like whips are usually conceptually fun in from soft games, but aren't super fun. Like it takes like a lot of work to make them work. Kent loses bigly. Yeah, but where can you link the debate? David Feldman is live? Oh boy. How we all doing, chat? I know I'm not able to offer you guys a ton. It is linked. Oh no, I don't see it. Mrr. Yamish. Here, I will find it if I can.
Hey, come see us on.
Oh God, no, I'm good. I'm good, Jimmy. Sorry. Okay, Kent Hovid debates. Gonna guess it's new this year. Let's go with that. Lost ruins from a boss in Shadow of the Erd Tree. I'm still mad about it. Yeah. Fair. There's an Atheist Junior debate. Oh, Hovind versus Mr. Anderson. I think. Looks like it. I can't find it. I'm so sorry. I will be right back though. I need to get a smooch. I'm back. I got my smooch. Good night, Charlie. Ugh. I've had like this drippy nose for like 2 weeks now, and I hate it. On Standing for Truth? Okay. Standing for Truth. Ew. Debate. Tobin. There's a debate from 6 years ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. Pew pew. A lot of debates over here. Mr. Anderson. The Destiny debate in there. Pew pew. Yeah, not seen it. Sorry. Polyaz's Cracker, you can link it in a way that I can see maybe over on riverboat.gg. Hopefully not long COVID. I have been tested negative for COVID, so River of Boogers boat, Jack. True. Nailed it. I just want you all to know I'm not like sniffing because like, I don't know, I'm doing drugs. Try a saltwater spray for a drippy nose. Ooh, that could be a good idea. Cocaine? Yeah, I'm not doing the cocaines. Yeah, I've been snorting the addies. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you?
I always wondered that myself.
Do you have any drug people?
Yeah, drug people. Why would one snort an Adderall if you have it in pill form? Why not just eat it? The rush? Is the rush is better if you snort it? Is that It's faster, it hits different, faster absorption through the mucous membranes to blood.
Sounds worse.
It just sounds
Sounds
worse.
like taking something unpleasant, making it worse.
Yeah. Okay. It bypasses the stomach acid, so there's more of it. Okay. It worries me how many of you were able to answer that so quickly. Yeah, a lot of experts in here, exactly. Hey, Zula. Bunch of you guys are silly little beans. Also, please be safe. Wait, does does Kent Hovind call himself Dr. Dino in these debates? Did Kent Hovind started calling himself Dr. Dino? Why? That's so weird. Okay. Are these the debates that you were talking about, Polyazis Cracker? So why is it that I shouldn't panic? Because panicking is unproductive, and you should come up with better, more actionable plans. Hey, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Do not snort mint. True. Neither the chatter nor the herb.
Why would
I don't know.
make your breath?
I don't know. Maybe they're practicing. I love you. It's also why people butt chug. Okay, we've gone too far. We've gone too far. Reverse course. Reverse course.
You can't.
We are not hitting that iceberg. I think I'll snort farts. There we go. Finally, a rational chatter. Wait, now people are saying Dr. Dino is his arch enemy? But then why is Dr. Dino using Kent Hovind's picture? I don't understand. But what if I do it at the disco? Then all bets are off. What happens at the disco stays at the disco. But wait, it says that Dr. Dino is Kent Hovind. Why, chat? Why are you all befuddling me? Kent Hovind is Dr. Dino. He's had that nickname since he opened the Dinosaur Adventure Park in Pensacola. Aren't dinosaurs like antithetical to his entire worldview? All right, you know what? Fine. Okay,
Doing an
we're doing a live stream. That's way too epic of an intro.
open mic tonight, but we will be doing one next week when Donnie is better. So stay tuned for that. It is a privilege to have Mr.
This is the kind of brain rot we deserve today, you know, as a treat. Okay.
Anderson and Dr. Dino here for the debate proportion of the video, and we're going to jump into that now. And the topic is going to be: can any living thing bring forth other than according to its kind? Gentlemen, feel free to introduce yourselves. I guess we can start with Mr. Anderson. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Mr. Anderson. I'm a lawyer out west, and I've been watching far too many debates on YouTube. No, I greatly admire Dr. Hovind's skill at debate, and he's very enjoyable to watch.
Do you admire Kent Hovind's skill at debate? What the fuck does that topic even mean? This is very religion pilled, where I feel like just the question for this debate has a high bar for entry. I also have no idea who the lower right hand guy is.
I feel like in a lot of those debates, there's far too much of scientists talking at Dr. Hovind rather than just asking him questions and letting him explain what he means. And I think if evolutionists were to simply ask questions and honestly listen to the answers, rather than worrying so much about defending their theory, maybe we could find some common ground. and that's what I hope to do today. Now, the question I have to answer today is a challenging one that Dr. Hovind has been asking for years.
Wait, the name of Kent Hovind's dinosaur park is Dinosaur Adventureland? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, like, he literally is doing a Jurassic Park, but like the generic dollar store general version of Jurassic Park. Like that's literally what he's doing. This is incredible. This is I can't actually believe this is real. 1 second. This is no. I refuse. I need to make it big. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Asylum Films Jurassic Park. God, dude. God. Also, yeah, yes. This is my sorry. This is my general feeling about Choo Choo from One Piece. I know some of you saw the images in my downloads file folder. That this is just accurate. He lost it in the tax evasion case. That's wonderful.
Show me an example of a living creature that brings forth other than according to its kind. Now, I'm going to need to ask some clarifying questions to make sure I understand what Dr. Hovind means and whether the various examples that I have in mind would qualify, and do my best to answer that tough question. Now, we've got a lot of ground to cover, so
Hey, Clarice. I love you.
I love you.
Thanks for being my love guy.
I'm going to try and
Can I come get a smooch? Spicy lady. Hey.
I like
I adore you. Can we see your partner? I believe that Clarice has a policy of you can see her, but only if you give me a lot of money. but I don't think I think tonight it would have to be an obscene amount of money. Like an obscene. She's very comfortable. Do you have a price? Okay, she says it has to be a really big number that you guys can't make. So I'm gonna say $1,000. There we go. It's not. It wouldn't usually be $1,000, but it is almost 2 a.m.
I'm so cozy in my PJs.
and she's so cozy in her PJs.
I already washed my face. Got my contact.
You would be very upset. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Paladin. We were planning on maybe having a more achievable goal, but the time for that is long since passed. This must be some really cozy PJs. They're very cozy. Confirmed. Because they're mine? Oh, I have the coziest pajamas. That's just a fact. Alright. I'll inform chat I'm wearing comfy pants. Only comfy pants? Good! Why would I want you to wear uncomfy pants? You're a duck, very knifey duck. No one expects you to be wearing pants. You know, that's a good point. Maybe animals should wear pants. And ducks in particular. I think cats should also wear pants.
Cats haven't done duck crime.
Well, the pants aren't there to prevent them from doing crimes. The pants are there. The pants are there to keep them decent and classy. That's right, I'm Donald Ducking this shit. Or a jaunty waistcoat. True. People outside of movies wear PJs. Oh man, PJs become like a necessity if you have like an outdoor outfit and like indoor outfits, man. Like it's so good. So look, guys, if you don't have slippers at your apartment, what are you doing? What are you doing? If you're coming home from a long day at work and you come out and you just like take off your shoes and that's it? Nah, get yourself some slippers. Get yourself some indoor jammies. The jammies that only belong in the bed or on the couch.
Yeah, don't wear your train clothes.
Yeah, don't wear your train clothes on your couch.
And give this discussion some structure. So first, I intend to talk about the basics. Things
We're
like
doing okay, Gamer G.
presuppositions, some questions about the Bible, and just nailing down some general things about terminology. And then I want to talk about my first
Dr. Sick, you get it.
example and see whether it fits the bill.
But yeah, we're doing okay. We've gone over it. I think people understand where I come from on it. It's dire, but I think it can be overcome. It doesn't change our short-term goal or mission to oppose fascism. I think it just makes it more stark, more obvious, and brings more liberals to our cause. I needed a nap. I was a wreck. Good. I'm glad you got what you needed. And this is a debate between a guy named Mr. Anderson and Kent Hovid.
Then I'm hoping that we can talk about amoebas. Specifically, I'm very much looking forward to Dr. Hovind asking me whether I think I am related to an amoeba in the most condescending tone possible. I want the full Hovind experience. I won't be offended. I've been looking forward to it all week. But we can't get to that question until we've laid some groundwork, or else the answer isn't really going to mean anything. We've got to cut off some of the ways that either one of us can dodge and deflect, so that when we get into it, those points actually land and mean something. Now, Dr. Hovind, man is sinful by his nature, and I am no exception. So please do not tempt me with your siren song of discussing religion in schools, radiometric dating, or the geologic cone. Those topics are super interesting, but if we go down those paths, we either won't get to amoebas or it won't mean anything. So please don't tempt me. Let's keep our eyes on the prize and remember the dream, amoebas. By the same token, if you agree, let's really hold each other to the old one topic at a time rule. That's it. That's my introduction, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hovind for his response.
Awesome. All right. Pull that back. Sorry, I'm trying to get which one puts Kent's full screen.
Damn it.
All right, Kent, when you are ready, you are muted. I'm still trying to put you full screen.
I still
I
don't
am
get
not
how
sure
to
how to
kill
make
these
you
guys.
full screen. Donnie did that, and now he's gone.
I don't mind being.
I was
Yeah,
able to
bottom
do
of the barrel
damage
here.
to it by getting up on
like this.
elevation.
Well, yes, I get. If that's what you want, I can do that right away. Mr. Anderson, do you believe you are related to an amoeba?
Maybe I have to lure
that
them
for
down into the
condescending?
water.
Put that. Answer that anytime you like. Okay. Anyway, my name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 49 years. I taught high school science and math 15 years, and we make a lot of materials on science in the Bible. I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. God said, let's see, I can call it up for you here. Let's see. In the book of Genesis, chapter 1, the very first chapter, he said they're going to bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind, after their kind. It could not be more clear. They're going to bring forth after their kind. Obviously, that raises the question exactly what is a kind, but the burden of proof is not on me to prove that, since I'm not demanding the Bible be taught in schools. They're demanding that evolution be taught, and I think the burden of proof is on them. I think you'll see Mr. Anderson try to switch that tonight. Like, I've got to prove something. What is a kind? I believe they bring forth after their kind, or a two of every sort. So the burden of proof is clearly on them, because they want to use tax dollars to spread their religion. And evolution is nothing but a religion that people believe in. They say, we see they bring forth after their kind, but they make these family trees, and the kids have to learn this. Like, this is part of science. Like, humans and birds are related.
I feel like I have to
And
lure him
dinosaurs
somewhere.
and ladybugs back to an amoeba. I say this is propaganda. This is not science. This is a bunch of lines on paper is all it is. I could draw a line on paper between a Volkswagen and a frog. So it doesn't mean they're related. So it really goes back to some definition of terms here.
Amazing
What
work.
is science? Science is things we've gained by observation and observe. All we have observed is cows make baby cows. There's no exception to that, okay? And he may want to give an example of something that is, in his mind, something slightly off from what the original was. I'll be glad to talk about that if we can, but because also we got to look in the definition of species. What exactly is a species? I had that in here somewhere. Definition of species. I find a lot of 26 different definitions in the dictionaries that I've looked at of exactly what is a species. It seems like nobody really knows for sure what a species is. And keep in mind, all this stuff about classifying animals into groups or kinds or species, this is all man putting our interpretation on the animal. The animals don't care how we classify them, and they know what their kind is. Squirrels look for another squirrel to mate with. Cows look for another cow. The cows and squirrels have no interest in each other at all. So my take on this whole thing is that evolution is that idea, these family trees, is nothing but a religious belief, and you're welcome to your religion. I don't object to that at all. I do object to them forcing everybody to call this science, that these are related, and they're not. A lot of different kinds of hummingbirds. That doesn't prove the hummingbird's related to a frog or a cow or a human. So I'm curious to see what he has, because I've been teaching science for a long time and collect science books and do this topic is of great interest to me. The textbooks say all forms of life are descended from a common ancestor. I resent that. That's not science. And if you can find a creature, an animal or a plant that is slightly different than the parents, that wouldn't prove the big chart that everything is related. You'd have to go through and make 10 trillion different proofs of each step of the way. None of the steps, I don't think, show any scientific evidence, and you're a lawyer. Where's the evidence of an animal producing something other than its kind? So I'd love to see that. And I do think the burden of proof is indeed on the evolutionist, not on me. Again, once again, I'm not asking for government funding to preach my religion. But I think the evidence shows dogs always make dogs. Always. Maybe a little dog or a big dog, and there's a limit. You're never going to get a dog 12 miles tall. You're never going to get one smaller than a flea. I don't know where the limit is, but I think they're probably getting close to the limit now, and there is a limit. Atheists don't admit there's a limit. They think these variations go forever.
Atheists.
I strongly disagree. So, Mr. Anderson, what example would you like to discuss? Or let's say you said you mocked my skill at debating. That's a kind of a backwards way of saying I'm good at showing I'm right, and evolutionists are wrong, and they don't like that. So they're wrong. I'm right. The Bible's right. I'm not always right, but the Bible is.
Oh,
Go ahead.
That worked. Oh.
His mic is muted. Your mic is muted. Everybody's mic is muted. There we go.
There we go. Well, thank you, Dr. Hovind, and thank you so much for sharing the stage with me today. And it is Dr. Hovind, isn't it? I've heard some debate online about that with people, some people saying that you don't have a real PhD, but if you say you do, I'm not going to debate that with you. I'll take you at your word.
Okay, so that did a lot of damage. I should do that again.
So,
okay. Yeah.
Biblical
You
creation.
call me Kent, call me Bubba, call me Hey You. But where's the evidence for evolution? Go ahead. I do have 3 doctorates, but that's okay.
Right.
4 actually. 3 earned.
Yes. The only reason I ask, sir, is because it's going to affect the level of knowledge that I expect of you on the subject.
Oh, okay.
So, an I don't know might be a reasonable answer from a layman, but not for somebody with a PhD in the field, for example.
Ooh.
So, how would you like me to address you today? Is Dr. Hovind accurate?
That is accurate, but that doesn't matter. If you want to call me that, fine. Should I call you Attorney Anderson?
Mr. Anderson is fine, or sir.
Mr. Anderson. Okay, Mr. Hovind's fine with me too.
Well, I'll stick with Dr. Hovind if that's how you want to go. So,
why did you ask?
And you don't mind answering a few of my questions, right?
I don't mind.
Okay.
Oh, I think my
So let's start with the basics.
controller's dead. Be right.
So I'm going to start
back.
with some presupposition stuff, and then I'm going to have a couple of questions about the Bible, and then I'm just going to get your understanding of some terminology, okay? Sir?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay. So these are the easy questions. The tricky ones are going to come later. So number 1, you believe you exist, right?
Yes,
And you believe in God.
you're correct.
And you believe that God is a loving God that wants the best for his creation.
Yeah, yes, but we need to be cautious what our interpretation of loving is. My dad loved me enough to spank me sometimes and hurt me. Sometimes God, the Father, has to get rough. But yes, I believe. Yeah. But he's also a fair judge.
Okay. You also believe that God is honest and that he would not lie to you or try and trick you, right?
I think, like in warfare, wearing camouflage is a legitimate form of basically lying to your enemy. I know I'm not here, so I'd be cautious. I'd have to see that question, I guess,
Oh,
sharpened up a little bit. But
Elden Ring
God
crashed.
certainly deceived people that needed it at times. But anyway, God cannot lie, according to the Bible. That's what it says. God cannot lie. Go ahead.
Right. So God does not lie in that he doesn't try and mislead people about the way that the world works. Is that fair?
To my knowledge, I've never seen him do that. Right.
Okay. And you believe that he does not do that, right?
I believe God does not
Hey,
mislead
Nanny the cat.
anybody.
Great. And for that reason, you believe that you can trust your senses, right?
Not always. We can't always trust our senses. They can be fooled many different ways. Any magician can tell you that. But trust my
Any
senses, or
magician.
I trust his word
Mhm.
and my senses most of the time.
All right. Well, let me ask you a more direct question. You believe that what you can see and what you can hear and what you can touch are real, right?
For the most part. Again, it's easy for humans to be deceived. There's all kinds of ways that can happen. chemical hallucinations and stuff like that. But generally, yes.
Okay. And you believe I am real?
Elden Ring is only 1600
Whether
years
you're
old.
real?
Find out
You
more
believe
at
I am
Demigod
real?
Adventureland.
As far as I know, I just see a digital representation on a screen here, but I'm assuming that's a real you. Yes.
Okay. So unless you have some kind of a reason to believe otherwise, so for example, if you think that you might have taken some substances, or you might be undergoing some kind of a psychotic episode, except for situations like that, you think that what you see and hear and touch are real. Is that fair?
That's generally correct. Yes.
Okay. Are there any other exceptions that you want to discuss, or can we just say that that's correct?
Well, I don't see how that has anything to do with the debate, but yes, as far as I know, I trust pretty much what I see, feel, and hear.
Okay. And you believe that God gave you a mind with which to reason, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that he did that so that you could make sense of the world around you, right?
I'm not sure why he did it. That's probably one of the reasons, certainly.
Okay. So now I'm just going to talk about some things that we're going to grant each other. Now, we talked about this already over email, but I'm just going to kind of rattle this off, and then I'm going to ask you to agree. None of this should be a surprise. And so what I said was that I'm going to grant you the existence of God for the purposes of this debate with a couple of restrictions. We will agree that he created the universe and that he created life. If you want God to be able to tinker, that is, do miracles along the way, then here are my restrictions. Miracles happen every day, but
Stupid fucking ass
God
bird.
plays by
True,
his own
Snuggle
rules.
Kitten.
In general, he acts on the world in accordance with its physical laws in such a way that you can't even tell he did it. That is to say, just because it's a miracle doesn't mean that it doesn't have a naturalistic explanation. And just because it happens to have a naturalistic explanation, that doesn't mean that there's no God in it. That science does not steal his glory. He used the science to achieve his ends. Were he to do otherwise, were he to violate the laws of physics, or directly and supernaturally affect the world, it would be pretty obvious. It's going to leave a trace, like it did in the resurrection. There's no debate amongst Christians that God did that. We agree on all of that, right, sir?
Well, I'd be a little cautious answering that. God created the laws. He's not bound by his laws. He can walk on water if he wants. I don't think that would leave a trace anywhere other than testimonials of people who've seen it.
Well, that would be a trace, sir. That would be a trace, sir.
Okay, they left a trace. People saw it and testified, yes, we saw him do that.
Yeah, so there's some evidence, right?
Well, yeah, all of history.
I mean,
all of history. I don't know that Abe Lincoln was president. I didn't see it. I take somebody's word for it, you know. So anything outside of my observation, I'd have to say is, you know, the different kinds of evidence. You know that, you're a lawyer. Some are stronger than others, right?
Right. So there will be evidence of these different miracles, and we can weigh that evidence as we go. Is that all fair?
Well, I'm not sure how you could get evidence of something happening like raising the dead, other than a testimonial.
Well, there will be testimonials.
Anyway,
go ahead.
Yes, God is not bound by his laws. We are. I'm stuck in gravity. He's not. I'm stuck in time. He's not. He can go back and forward. He's not. This is not 2023 in heaven. He's right now in all time. He's standing at your funeral right now. Go ahead.
Right. So we agree, though, that in the event that you want to talk about God supernaturally affecting the world, that you're going to provide me with some evidence that he did that. Is that fair?
If I can, if there's evidence available and I know about it, I will certainly share it.
All right. I think we've made progress already. So in future debates, I'm going to refer to this set of assumptions
Did you
as
see the
October
evolution
13th
happen?
protocol. If I use that terminology, you'll understand what I mean.
Okay.
Okay. And you're not going to try and change or go back on me now, are you?
I don't know. You may have tricked me into something like lawyers like to do, saying something
I may
that
have, sir.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
but let's sort of nail it down then, so that you understand what it is you're agreeing to, because I'm not yet, at least, trying to trick you.
Okay. That's why Jesus said, "Woe unto you lawyers." You know. Go ahead.
I mean, you know, hopefully Jesus will forgive me when I reach the pearly gates, right? But I just do my best. So, just so you understand what it is you're getting yourself into, if we build on the assumptions that we just talked about, if a miracle does happen that violates the laws of physics, it's going to leave a trace. We already agreed on that. And we
No,
would
no,
be
no. I
more.
didn't say I agreed to that one.
Okay, you don't
a
agree. You
miracle,
don't agree that miracles leave traces.
if a miracle happened, it's only to leave a trace, is what you said. Sometimes just to show His glory. It doesn't have to leave a trace. He created the world. I don't know. Sometimes it may just be to show His glory, His power. The miracles in Egypt, okay, the turning the water to blood. So I'm a little cautious saying I agree 100% to that, but go ahead and twist it how you want. Go ahead.
Right. So, and again, the only reason that I'm kind of belaboring this is because I want to make sure that we do agree on these things. So
Modtail?
if a miracle happens
How-
that violates the laws of
Well,
physics,
he's not a medical
then
doctor.
then it is going to leave a trace, and we are more likely than not to notice that trace.
Also, pretty sure
because
he
God
runs his
does
own
not
like
try to
evangelical
trick us.
university.
Is that fair?
I'd have to think on that one for a while before I answer.
Well, go ahead.
And I
Take
think
your time.
I don't see how this is anywhere near the topic of asking about, where's the evidence of an animal producing other than its kind? You're supposed to provide some evidence for that. I haven't seen that yet.
No, take your time. Think about it.
Phrase the question one more time.
Sure. So, if a miracle does happen that violates the laws of physics, it's going to leave a trace, and we would
Okay, I
be
don't
more
have enough
likely than
firepower
not
to
to
actually
notice
kill
that
these things.
trace because God does not try and trick us, right?
Well, if it left a trace like Jesus walking on water, he might have walked on water when nobody was watching. He could have had done a miracle then. He probably prayed to the Father. So no, I'm not going to say everybody it doesn't always leave a trace. I won't agree to that. As far as I know, it does, but that's a little too much of a nebulous question.
No, that's fair. Can we at least say that in the event that there is no evidence of a miracle, it is less likely that whatever happened by supernatural means?
We would have no way of knowing with a miracle. I don't see any way we would possibly know that. That's where it gets into faith. I have faith in a lot of things, and I'm not asking my faith to be taught. I think it's a miracle for an amoeba to turn to a whale. Now that's a miracle. I don't think it doesn't leave a trace.
Right. Well, sir, the reason that I'm asking you this is because, as we go on, if I corner you, I don't want you starting to invent miracles, and especially not miracles that leave no trace, to try and get out of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can have miracles in your responses. They just can't be invisible miracles that have no evidence to support them. You understand what I mean?
And vice versa. I think, where's the evidence? So here they have an amoeba turning to a human. I want to see the evidence for that. I say there's
That's
none.
great, sir. That's great, sir. Now, do you agree to what I've just said? No invisible miracles.
As far as I understand it, yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So we'll add that to the October 13th protocol. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. Now here's the last thing I want to talk about with regards to presuppositions. You believe that the world around you makes sense and behaves consistently, right?
Generally, we have weather patterns that are not, go crazy and earthquakes and things we have no control over and can't even predict. So as generally, yes, it predicts.
Hail
I think it
Marys aren't
generally
covered
follows the
under
laws of
Medicaid.
gravity
I love that line.
and physics. Correct. Go ahead.
And you believe the sun's going to come up tomorrow, right? Philosophers say that we can't prove that logically, but we assume
Actually,
it.
no.
We believe it.
Technically, the sun doesn't come up. We turn, and it comes into our vision. So,
Oh my
okay,
God,
yes.
what?
I think the Earth is turning, and the sun's going to come into our vision tomorrow morning about 6:25 in my latitude.
Right.
Okay.
And that is something that we presume, right?
How is
Without
that?
evidence.
How is that a
We have that shared
useful
presumption, right?
distinction?
Right. We've got thousands of years of observation of this happening. Right.
Right. We agree that in general the past resembles the future. The way things are working right now is the way they're going to work in the future, and is the way that they're going to work in the past, unless of course there's a miracle. And if that happens, then you can do that, but you just have to tell me how things were different and why they worked that way. Fair?
Well, it may not be a miracle. There was all of a sudden all the buildings in Hiroshima fell down, and that was not a miracle. That was an atomic bomb. It was man doing that. So they were used to getting up every morning and seeing their window in place. Now all of a sudden everything's gone. So again, I think the question's a little nebulous, but I'll give you a qualified yes. Go ahead.
Well, sir, I'd like a hard yes. And I'd put it to you
Kneel down.
that the bomb in Hiroshima although it may have been unexpected from the perspective of the residents there, was not something that was unexpected by science, right? The
Correct.
laws of physics applying in that situation were the same as the ones today, right?
Right.
Okay. So you agree with me that the laws of physics apply the same now as they do in the future and the same as they do in the past, subject to our discussion with respect to miracles, right?
Right. God's able to, he's not bound by them. We are bound by those laws. Yes.
Right. And if God is going to intercede, he's going to do so subject to the rules we've just discussed, right?
If God's going to intercede and go beyond those laws of physics, he's going to leave a trace or leave a test. Is that what you're saying?
It's going to leave a trace. You're going to be able to show me that trace, where you'll be providing you with some evidence of that trace, right?
Well, I don't think I have to. Again, you're trying to shift the burden of proof to me. This is my religious belief that Jesus can perform miracles and raise the dead and take me to heaven when I die, but I don't have to prove that to anybody. I don't understand.
Well, sir, the thing is that this is a debate where we are going to be discussing a number of things, and I've got no problem with you invoking miracles, but what I do have a problem with, as I said before, is you invoking miracles that you have no evidence for.
Good night,
And
Dragonfly.
in the event that you want to invoke a miracle, then there needs to be some kind of a
Good night to all those who reside. Sorry. Good night to all those. Sorry. Wow. Good night to all who here reside. These hopeful words I will provide. The things right now are somewhat grim. Choose not to sink, but always swim. The darkness fears the smallest light. Find resolve and join the fight. Our cause is just and cannot fail. With hope and love we shall prevail. Agreed. Get good sleep, Dragonfly.
justification. I thought we had
Tomorrow's
agreed
a
on
new
that.
day.
Well, I would say the same burden of proof, same burden is on the evolutionist to provide the evidence. Where is the new information to turn an amoeba into a whale? Amoebas don't have fins or flippers or lungs. There's a lot of new information. They're calling on a miracle, time, to do it. And the burden of proof is on you guys to prove your religion. of
Time
evolution.
isn't a miracle.
Not on me.
No, I understand. I have a very heavy burden that I'm going to have to meet. I agree with you there, and I'm going to try and meet that. I want to make sure that we're clear on when and how miracles come into play. Are we clear on how miracles come into play?
You're probably clear in your mind, and I'm clear in my mind. Now, whether we're thinking the same thing or not, I don't know. But yes, I believe God can do miracles, and they may or may not leave a trace. They generally do. And go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's make sure that we're both on the same page. So, just to recap, the October 13th protocol assumptions are as follows. You're real, I am real, God's real. He loves us, he doesn't lie to us. We can trust our senses. God created the universe and created life. He usually works through natural processes. Supernatural interventions leave a trace. And where you want to invoke a miracle, you have to justify it with some evidence. And the Bible can count as evidence, though it might not be definitive. Where there is no trace of a miracle, then it's less likely that such a miracle occurred. Lastly, things work the same way in the past as they do now, unless you want to point to a reason why that isn't so. You agree with those premises?
Well, you went by kind of fast. There's several I've already discussed. I said I'm not sure we can always trust our senses. Any magician can tell you that. You know, sleight of hand, and people get medical problems or physical problems. So, again, the same
So
caveat.
let's make that caveat. I'll give you that caveat, subject to the possibility that you're being fooled by a magician or something. So that will include that in the protocol. You agree with that?
Yeah, people get fooled. You know, people get dizzy getting off a merry-go-round, and their senses are they're not standing up straight when they are. So
How is that your
Okay.
go-to
So subject to
comparison
that as
for
well, then.
your senses not
Subject
being
to things like
straight? Okay.
things like that,
All right.
where there's a
Weird.
problem with your body, or there's a problem with somebody deliberately fooling you like a magician. Subject to that, we can trust our senses.
those are the
That
two exceptions
sneaky
I can think of right
magician's
off the
always
bat.
fooling
If I knew the
people.
debate was on this topic, I could have come up with more. But go ahead.
All right. Well, if you come up with more specific ones, then we can talk about those. But subject to those, for now, you're comfortable with that set of assumptions, right?
I'm comfortable to the point I understand it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly, Odd
And you're
Spectre.
comfortable
Like,
agreeing to it.
by their very nature, these people are oily and
Again, as far as I
wiggly,
understand it,
you know?
yes.
Great. Amazing. Well, I'm sure that's going to help a lot, not just in these debates, but in lots of your debates. So now I want to move forward and I want to talk about the literal truth of the Bible. Now, you believe that the Bible is literally true, right?
The word literal would have to be defined. The Bible has allegories and stories in it to teach truths. I think all parents use stories. So it seems to me, sir, you are way off topic here. But yes, I will say as best I believe the Bible is literally true. And when it says there's a story coming, then it was a story, as opposed to a literal thing that happened. So the word literal needs to be carefully defined there. But for the purpose of this debate, I would say yes. I often say the Bible is literally true. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen.
Certainly Genesis is literally true, right?
Well, even there may be some, I have to go back and think, all 50 chapters, I've read them 100 times. Are there any allegories or stories or like a dove is in the Bible? Anyway, so it's been 36 minutes, sir. You haven't given any evidence for the purpose of this debate tonight. Go ahead.
Well, sir, I've said before, I have to lay the foundation or it's not going to mean anything. Now,
you have to twist. So
I want to be clear. We have to lay a foundation or none of this is going to mean anything.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to be clear, sir. Genesis in particular, it's not just figuratively true. They're not just allegorical stories in Genesis, right?
I believe they are literally, they'd happened. The people there, literal people, and the stories that are told in Genesis are correct. Yes.
Okay. The things that it says in there happened just as it says, right?
That's my belief. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you're the expert. I don't have a doctorate in creationism, so you tell me. And it's not open to creative interpretation. Is that right?
The book is not open to interpretation. I don't know that I would agree to that. I mean, everybody, there are many things that are said that need to be interpreted, like exactly what is a kind. He said they'll bring forth after their kind. Your idea of a kind and mine might not be the same. So we may have a different interpretation of that word, but the Bible says they can bring forth. Well, that helps narrow it down. There's 7,400 different kinds of frogs, and some of them might not be able to bring forth with each other. So I don't know how many kinds of frogs God made.
I love that he can't say just have sex.
I'd be cautious of the word
creative or interpretation.
We might not have the same interpretation sometimes. Go ahead.
Well, so you're saying that the Bible and Genesis in particular is subject to interpretation.
Yeah, doctorate of creationism.
I think everything in the world is subject to interpretation. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Level of rigor.
You might think it's cold up there in Canada or hot up there in Canada, and I might think it's cold. So.
So like I couldn't say that a creation day was more than 24 hours. That's not, is that something I'm allowed to do in terms of interpreting Genesis?
Well, yeah, you can understand it any way you want. I think if you take all the other verses, see, no prophecy of the scriptures of any private interpretation. You have to put them all together. Later, when God told Moses, tell the people, work 6 days and rest one, because I created everything in 6 days and rested one. Well, now that helps narrow down what the day means back in Genesis, but that's found in Exodus.
Okay.
So, and when Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning, Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6, well, that narrows it down. Okay. So I'll give that a qualified yes.
So you're telling me that a creation day is 24 hours, right?
I believe the creation day, maybe slightly less than 24. I think the earth is slowing down, but go ahead.
Sure.
Okay.
So, and I guess here's the more important aspect of this. By the same token, when the Bible says that God created all of the animals, that means that he created them out of nothing. He couldn't have created them via evolution. Is that right?
Well, it says he made them out of the ground, and he made the birds out of the water. So he didn't make them out of nothing. He made the universe out of nothing. He spoke, and it was. But no, after that, he chose to take material that he had made. He made man from the dust, not out of nothing. He made the animals out of the dirt. He made the birds out of the water. So, again, I'm a little cautious there, but I believe God made everything as described in the book of Genesis.
Okay.
Right, but so for example, when God created the first bird out of dust, he could not have done that in the womb of a lizard?
It doesn't say how he did it. He says he made them out of the birds out of the water, and then later on day 6 he made more birds out of the dust. So that's the story. But so all we've ever seen is birds produce birds. I believe God made the birds out as he said, and since then birds have always produced baby birds. Never an exception.
Right. Right. Well, except if it would be an exception right off the bat in the event that God created the first bird out of the womb or within the womb of a lizard. He would have the power to do that, right?
He has the power to do whatever he wants, but he did not say that he did it that way, and I don't believe that he did.
Right. I understand that. And look, we'll take your word for, the way that we're supposed to interpret Genesis. As long as we both stick to it, I'm fine. But I mean, I just want to be clear. Like, it doesn't matter, if the lizard and the bird even shared a lot of the same design elements.
This poor
Maybe
kid.
they're
He's doing
even so similar
well,
that it might be
but like he's
biologically
not suited
plausible
for
that
this
the
debate.
lizard carried that bird and laid the egg from which the bird hatched.
Well, I would agree that
Doesn't matter, right?
Well, there are biological similarities
Very
between
shade.
many life forms, and that does not prove common ancestry, but proves common design. There are similarities between Ford trucks and Ford cars. They got round tires. That's a good design that works. So if we find similarities, how you interpret that might be to fit your religion of evolution, and I would interpret it to fit my religion of that they had the same designer.
That wasn't my
there
question.
may be similarities. Yeah, there probably are similarities between birds and lizards because they had the same designer, made from same dust.
That wasn't my question.
What's that now?
That wasn't my question either. Let me ask you my question again. So what I'm saying is that the Bible says that God created the birds from the ground or from wherever you said he created it. Certainly not from other animals, and certainly not within other animals, and certainly not by evolution.
That is correct.
And
The Bible
what I
teaches
am,
the
what
Bible
I
teaches
am
that.
understanding from you is that we are not allowed to insert things like via evolution into the interpretation of Genesis. That Genesis says what it says, and we can't add things or insert things into Genesis, even if we think they logically make sense to like help God out. It says what it says, and that's it. If it doesn't say it, it didn't happen. Is that
Right.
correct?
It says clearly they bring forth after their kind, bring to the same sort. That's what it says, and I believe that is true.
Okay. All right.
Gentlemen, I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm just doing things backstage, but I do want to remind everybody that the proposition for tonight is, can any
What I'm hearing is that God couldn't make a person out of a lizard's stomach. That seems like a real cucked move on God's part.
living thing bring forth other than according to its kind?
What's the
Mr.
sort
Anderson,
you've been
I
talking about
appreciate- well, I'm not
kinds?
done.
You
I
expect,
appreciate
you expect
the last 30 minutes
consistency
of
out of him.
questions. It's been a lot of fun, but I do want to make sure that Kent has an opportunity to also ask questions. And so since it's been about 30 minutes of questions from your side, Mr. Anderson, Kent, is there anything you'd like to ask Mr. Anderson or anything you'd like to advance in terms of an argument?
I'm still waiting now. It's been 45 minutes by my watch that where is the evidence, which is the title of the debate, of anything that did not do this? The Bible says 24 times in the first 7 chapters they bring forth after their kind. What evidence does he have that this didn't happen? Just show it to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Well, we will get there, sir, and I'm going to try and get there as quickly as possible for you. If you give me some straight answers, then we can get there faster. These are not the tricky questions, as I told you. I just want to establish the way that the Bible works, the way that you want us to interpret it, and what you mean by some of these things. So just answer my questions and
God
we'll motor
damn
through.
it, dude.
Now, what I am understanding from you is that we can't reinterpret and creatively reimagine the words of the Bible. So I can't say that God created animals via evolution, right?
You'd have to define the word evolution. I think God gave the original dog the ability to produce long-haired dogs, short-haired dogs. There's variations within that same kind. Some live better in cold climates, some live in
What are
hot
his
climate.
like weird
Some live
creationist
I'm
faster
going
than
to
others.
stop you right there.
These are kind of
because as you say,
wonderful.
we've already gone 35 minutes, and I'm getting some guff about that. So, sir, you know what evolution is. Let's not mince
no.
words.
No, I
You
do
know
not,
that
sir.
evolution in this
I
context
don't
means
know what
descent
evolution
with
is.
modification, usually by way of mutations, but sometimes by way of gene flow or natural or drift and the natural selections of the mechanism. You know all that stuff. Let's not get sidetracked. Remember, we have a goal here. I want to get to amoebas. All right?
Well,
Let's
wait a
just
minute.
keep focused on our goal.
Okay, if your definition of evolution is variations, I forget what you just said here. What you've just given, if I understood it all, was a definition of what everybody calls microevolution, which
God.
is variations that happen. Certainly they happen. But you want to believe and teach other people and have taught the school that these variations mean an amoeba turned to a human. So the variations are always within the kind, which is what the Bible says. They will bring forth
Not
after
doing
their
very well at
kind.
this game,
I don't
y'all.
know of any exceptions to this rule that they bring forth after their kind. If you know of
I'm
one,
trying to
waiting.
get to those exceptions, sir.
Well, just
we can-
give it to us and quit babbling
No.
and just give us the example.
Just give me answers to my questions
I
and we'll
gave you
get
one.
there.
Go ahead.
Alrighty.
You
So,
gave a
my
definition
question-
of microevolution that
Yeah.
is not the real meaning of the word. There are 6 meanings to that word. You only
Fine.
gave one.
You know what, sir? I don't even care about debating the definition of evolution with you. I don't. Because we're not worried about evolution. We're not worried about species. We're worried about kinds. So
Okay.
that's what I want to talk about.
Talk
Right.
about kinds,
So-
baby.
What I wanted to ask you was, I cannot create, or it could have happened. God could have created birds within the wombs of lizards, but that did not happen. And the reason that it did not happen is because the Bible says that each animal brings forth after its kind. Right?
No, that's not the reason it didn't happen. It's never been observed to happen.
Okay, why didn't it happen?
It didn't happen. There's thousands of differences between lizards and birds. If you think a dinosaur turned to a bird, you need serious help. Go see a shrink.
There we go.
No, dinosaurs always make baby dinosaurs. And to say that lizards, the womb of the lizard brought forth a bird, is a religious belief. It's not scientifically accurate. There are way too many differences. Millions and millions, probably trillions of differences at the atomic level, at the DNA level, at the structural level, any level you want to look at. They're different.
Right.
But even then, going from a lizard to a bird is only one of the trillions of steps that would have to take place to make these crazy family trees true.
Right. Well, sir, we don't care about the family trees today because all we're talking about today is whether or not things can bring forth other than according to their kind.
Correct.
So a kind
show me
is
why.
defined in the Bible as a set of animals that can bring forth, right?
Right. If they can bring
Good.
forth, they are the same kind.
Okay.
Now,
and
they
that
may
means,
have-
and that
Hold-
usually means
Let me put a caveat
reproduce.
here. In the
Go
last
ahead.
6,000 years, they may have diversified to the point where, like the Chihuahua and the Great Dane, can no longer bring forth. They came from the same kind, but now they've reached a dead end.
Okay.
But it's not going to go any further than that. They're always going to be dogs.
All right, well,
But
we'll
again,
get- we'll-
this is man's
get to that.
classifying the animals. The animals don't care how we classify them.
I know.
Okay.
So
Oh, God.
a kind is a set of animals that can bring forth, right? That's what the Bible says, right?
Correct. Right.
Okay. And that usually means reproduce, make more of
Correct.
themselves,
Uh-huh.
right?
Right.
Okay. And that's another reason why each animal must bring forth after its kind, because the very definition of a kind is that it has to be able to bring forth and create life, right?
Originally, that's the way it was created. As I said, there may be variations that have happened in 6,000 years where some are now sterile. Like there are dogs that can't have puppies, and they're still dogs.
Yeah. All right. And just so we don't end up at odds, that's not a circular definition, is it? Like, as a matter of logic, it is possible for something to bring forth other than its kind. We just never see that in nature, right?
I don't know that it's possible. We certainly never see it. It would not be scientific to say we could say it has happened. Anybody can believe that if they wish, but that's not the science. All the science is observation, of testing, demonstration. Millions of dog breeders around the world will tell you dogs bring dogs every time.
Right. Look, I don't want to get into the definition of science.
Spirit
I just want to
sword,
make
that
sure that
sounds
this
cool.
isn't some kind of logic trap where you're asking me something akin to show me a blood relation of mine that is not my blood relation. Where it's like the impossibility of doing that has nothing to do with evolution. It's just impossible by definition. But that's not what's going on here, is it?
Well, you talk about
Did I
logic
get-
crap. You've been trying for 50 minutes to do that. Why don't you give us an example of one that didn't do it?
I am trying.
A sharp blade sculpted into a twisted shape, a sword that has seen many years of use at the gravesite. Said to serve as a medium for communion with spirits. Ooh. Spooky.
To get there, just work with me. Give me a simple answer. You're
Okay.
not trying to create a logic trap, are you?
I'm trying to just present the truth that they always bring forth after their kind.
So the answer to my question is no.
I'm not trying to
right?
create a trap. No.
Great, thank you. Let's move on. And
Please.
so, no other animal or no animal can create life other than its own kind, and new life will always be the same kind as the life it brought forth. That's your position.
That's all that's been observed in all of history. Yes, correct.
All right. Great. We're past that section. Now let's talk about nesting phylogenies. Now I want to clear up what I think is some confusion that evolutionists have with this challenge that you have for them regarding the kinds. So we're going to talk about nesting phylogenies now. And you understand that evolutionists say that things change very gradually over time, right?
That's what they say.
Okay.
Correct.
And you've heard the color gradient analogy, where a color goes from, say, red to orange so slowly that it's impossible to pinpoint exactly where red stops and orange begins. You understand that argument, even if you don't agree with it, right?
I understand it. Again, it's a man-made interpretation. What exactly is red? What exactly is orange? So this is, the colors don't care what we call them.
Right. And the reason I think you've anticipated where I was going with this. The reason that you don't agree with it is, I assume, because you can draw a line between where red stops and where orange begins. It's just arbitrary, right?
It'd be up to interpretation, right?
Right. And so too evolution. If the model is true, even though the changes are incredibly slow, there should be a moment where you can say, for any given animal, aha, this is the moment when one individual has accumulated enough of the characteristics of the new species that we can say it is a new kind. It's just that point
Seems
somewhat arbitrary,
like it's a straightforward argument, but
Well,
it's
again,
taking him
that's not
forever
the
to
burden
baby
of
step.
proof. I don't have to
Ken.
prove where the kind starts and stops. You guys have these family trees. There'd be trillions and trillions of huge changes to change an amoeba to an oak tree. It's not just gradually changing.
I didn't ask you to take on the burden of proof. I don't think this is a controversial question.
Okay.
The question was, and I think I'm trying to agree with you. The question was, look, when we're drawing these lines on paper between different species, or I should say between different kinds, they're arbitrary.
go.
And so
Nailed it.
where one kind stops and where another kind begins, you can draw a line. It will be arbitrary, but you can draw a line and say, look, we've decided that X characteristics together mean that's a new kind. And so if any one animal accumulates all of those characteristics at the same time, then aha, that's a new kind. Because it crossed that line. Just like the orange, this orange is virtually indistinguishable from this orange on the color gradient, but that's where we drew the line. And so that is orangish red, and that is reddish orange, right?
People do that all the time. They decide what color to call their paint. We're going to call this reddish orange or blue, but it's man changing the color, so the paint's not changing itself.
Well, sir, we're talking about kinds. We're talking about man's definitions,
Okay.
right? So, I mean, yeah, we're both just drawing lines. Everybody's just drawing lines on paper. It's just the question of where those lines are. That's the debate. So, and sir, the arbitrariness gets even worse because that new animal is probably going to be interfertile with at least some members of the rest of the population, and maybe not others, right?
That's probably generally true. I think all breeders would tell you at some point some dogs can't reproduce with other dogs. They're still, I think, any 4-year-old would tell you it's still a dog.
Right. So that line, it's really arbitrary, right?
It's nice that a lot of things change, but Kent Hovind stays
Yeah, that
the
would
same.
be subject to interpretation, but I think it's all we've ever observed. Science deals what we can observe and study and test. We've observed there is a limit. You run into a brick wall. They've been trying to get bigger cows for a long time. They got up to 2,700-pound bull now. They're never going to get one that weighs as much as Alabama. There's a limit.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Now, sir, just,
know about
just
that.
building
Never
off
say
that,
never, baby.
If we did get a cow that weighed as much as Alabama, would you agree with me that that would be a different kind?
No, it'd be a big cow. Still
So,
a cow.
well then, sir, I don't really understand, you know what? We'll come back to that, okay? All right. Because I think that this is part
Sure
of the
you will.
confusion. So, you understand what the law of monophyly is, right? I'll explain it for the viewers. I just want to confirm that you understand it.
Correct. Go ahead. Same phylum.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, never mind. So it's the nested hierarchies idea. So the idea that even as things turn into other things, they're still the ones that they started out as, right?
Right.
Okay. So for example, when the first eukaryotic cells started living in colonies and became multicellular, they were still eukaryotes. Jumping forward, when those colonies had differentiated and started developing spinal cords for the first time, they became multicellular.
Yeah, when they finally grew
became
some
multicellular.
spines and were
When they
able to
developed,
stand by their opinions.
Spinal cords, they became multicellular chordates, still eukaryotes. When they started growing bones around their spinal cords, they became vertebrates, but also chordates and also multicellular and also eukaryotes. When they grew 4 limbs, they became tetrapods, but they were also still vertebrates and still chordates and still multicellular and still eukaryotes. And so on and so forth, and that's monophyly, right?
No, sir. Your whole premise is started off with the first sentence was wrong. Single-celled
Boss battle
creatures
up
do
here?
not become multicellular. They may
Sir.
get together
Oh,
and
that
make a
looks like a
colony
boss
that function
battle.
to do something, like those leaves on our tree all work together for a tree, but each one's an individual. So your whole premise is wrong, and we don't ever see single-celled creatures become multicellular or grow backbones or
That's
grow
not
legs.
true.
All of your argument is moot.
None of that is true.
All right, sir. I held my hand up here because I think you misunderstood what I said, and I wanted to try and stop
think
you.
I understood it.
I want to try and get a move on, remember? So
I think
what
that
I
was one of
asked
those.
you,
That was one. You tried to slip in a quick one on the first sentence.
I'm not
Wait,
trying to
wait,
slip
wait.
in a quick one. Let me clarify. What I'm saying is that the law of monophyly, which is not your thing, you don't agree with evolution, right? Biological evolution.
Depends what you mean by evolution.
But,
Correct. Sure.
Yeah, biological evolution. But you understand that the principle, which was created by evolutionists, called the law of monophyly, which you don't agree with, is that when you become the new thing, you are a subset of the thing that you were. So when you have a tetrapod, it's still got a backbone, which makes it still a vertebrate, and it's still a chordate, and it's still multicellular, and it's still a eukaryote. It didn't stop being any of those things, even though it became also the new thing. And that's monophyly, right?
All of that was a big fairy tale. This isn't ever observed.
I understand that it's a fairy tale, sir.
Good.
I'm
Evolution
asking
is a
you
fairy tale.
whether
We can agree.
look. Let's go into the land of SpongeBob, okay?
Okay.
In the land of SpongeBob, that's what the law of monophyly is, right?
There we go.
Right. SpongeBob and the evolutionists all agree that one animal can change to something else.
Sir,
By adding
that's not my
nutrients.
question.
Ooh.
We're gonna beat this over the head like SpongeBob until you get it. That's what the law of monophyly is,
Starline
right?
sword?
In
I'd have to go back-
SpongeBob land.
Tell me more.
I'd have to go back and look at the definition of monophyly and different definitions in different dictionaries. It's been a long time. I don't use that one normally.
You're a doctor of creation and criticizing evolution, and you can't tell me what the law of monophyly is?
I'm just pointing out there are probably, like I found, there are 26 different definitions of species. I have got them
There's
in my.
one definition of the law of monophyly.
A sword encrusted with a line of stars fashioned from small pieces of crude glintstone, weapon of the demi-human swordsman. And bestowed with this weapon by their queen, the swordsmen swear to find the truth that lies at the end of the procession of stars. Onz's line of stars is the unique skill. This skill, named after a demi-human swordmaster who I killed, imbues sorceress energy into lined glintstones and executes a slash attack. Huh. Cool.
And I've explained the concept to you, and you agree with me
I
that
do
that
not
is
have
what
a
the
build
concept
for
of
it,
monophyly
but it is
right?
cool.
This is an
So they
easy
never-
question, sir.
They never leave their or what they originally started. And then you said when
Yeah.
single-celled creatures became multicellular. Stop.
Yeah.
That never happened.
Right.
That's
According to
SpongeBob.
evolution, under the evolutionary theory, when that happens, that's called the law
Rest in
of
peace, my
monophyly.
friend.
Sure.
Right?
In their mind, it's single-celled to the whale. It's still in the same phylum. It's
Right.
a monophylum.
Okay.
It's all in their mind. Right.
Right. Now, despite that, and again, we're still in the land of SpongeBob, right?
Oh yeah, we definitely are.
If that was true, despite that, you would not say that the original eukaryotic cell and the
I love
dog
that this guy's making
are the
SpongeBob
same
references, because,
kind,
like, Ken Hovind has no idea
right?
what that is.
Even though the dog never stopped being a eukaryote?
Correct. The dog and the single-celled creature cannot bring forth anything.
Right. So if evolution is true, once you are different enough from the ancestral population that you appear different and you can't reproduce, then that is a different kind, even though you have a common ancestor, right?
Right, and that is the whole problem. They are imagining that they did change to a amoeba to a dog, and that it's not observed. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. Certainly a dog would be a different kind than an amoeba. I agree. And all those steps along the way, adding a backbone, adding a leg, it doesn't happen. We don't see it. It's religion. It's fairy tale.
Right. And so that change of kind, that typically, though not always, occurs
Hey,
at
tipster,
the
how
point
you
where
doing?
you can no longer bring forth. But it should also be the case that there should be some significant morphological changes, right?
There would be trillions of morphological changes to go from a single-celled creature to a dog. Quadrillions of morphological changes. Right.
Right. We're not talking about
doing
going
all
from
right.
a
We're
single
just
cell creature to a
chilling.
dog right now, sir. We're talking about
A
going
lot of
from
people had
one kind
fears.
to the next most
At the
adjacent
Supreme Court
kind,
race.
as evolutionists would define.
And I told
So
them
I'm not
they were
talking about all of
well-founded.
the steps. I'm talking about one of the steps. Now, in order to
Right.
go a
But not
single
to
step,
Doomer.
you have to have two things, as I understand you. You have to have morphological differences, and you have to have an inability to interbreed. You need those two things to go from one kind to an adjacent kind, right?
Yes, except an inability to interbreed may happen just because, like Great Dane and Chihuahua, he can't reach that high, or maybe whatever, so there may be inability to breed, but it's still the same kind. They have,
Why?
but this is all man-made. Man has introduced these variations, selected these variations, artificial selection.
Sure. Right.
Right.
So we'll come back to that, I suppose.
Never
It's been an
lose
hour
joke.
now. Are you ever going to give me the
God.
example you said at the beginning?
Sir, I'd love to. But
Please
you know
do.
what? We can't
Just-
even get to a
just do it.
definition of
No,
kind
just-
yet.
just
I'm
do it
not
right now.
gonna do that, sir.
Okay.
So
Sir,
just answer my questions and we'll get there together, okay?
Greeting.
Yeah.
Are you here for sleep?
Okay, so we all know that cows can't jump over the moon. We're gonna come back. I told you we'd come back to this because of physics and physical limitations. But if a cow did evolve such that it could jump over the moon,
mhm.
right? Let's say it had gigantic legs. It was the size of a trailer, of a semi-truck trailer, right? It had these massive legs. It was completely different from any kind of cow. You wouldn't even recognize it as a cow,
Right.
And it can jump over the moon. I'm not going to. If that evolves, right? So you're saying there are no. You're saying there are limits. I'm saying if it crosses those limits, then I'm not going to hear you saying like, well, that's just still a cow, am I? But that's a moon cow. That's a different kind of cow, assuming it can't interbreed with
If-
other cows,
If
right?
you could develop a cow to jump over the moon, I would buy it for $50.
That's not my question, sir.
Only
Not my
$50?
Okay.
My question is, that's a different kind.
Back in
right?
his day, that
It's
bought
not
a lot
cow.
more.
That's a moon cow. It's a different kind of
No,
cow.
no.
Kind
It
of
would,
capital
it
K.
would still be a cow,
It's still a
it-
cow.
able to cross the, bypassing the laws of physics. Again, the cow doesn't care. There's cows that give 200 pounds of milk every day. They can't live on their own in the woods,
What?
but as long
So
as you,
what would this cow?
I'm sorry, there are cows that produce 200 pounds of milk? What? Some citation needed on that one, I think. And his mom is one of them. Boom, nailed it.
Of ours have to do, sir, to change kinds. It can't even, even if it jumps over the moon, it can't change kinds. It's got to
Grow
have all
wings
these
and- grow
adaptations. It's
wings
got to
and-
have gigantic, powerful legs. It's got to be able to breathe in space.
right.
It's got to be able to travel,
Sure.
over a light second and come back and survive through the Earth's atmosphere. Looks nothing like a cow. Can't interbreed with cows. Still a cow, though, to you.
It's still a cow. There are 450 now breeds of cows, and as
So
far as I
what-
know,
What, sir? What would make our cow a non-cow?
how about
It satisfied
about-
the definition here. It's morphologically
Okay.
different and it
how
can't
about
interbreed.
I'll give you an example. Calm down now. How about grow gills and learn to live underwater? That'd be a new kind.
That'd be a new kind. Okay.
If he could get
But
gills
jumping
and
over the
live
moon's not a
underwater,
new kind, but growing gills and living underwater is a new kind.
or growing wings and flying, that'd be a new kind.
Aren't we just back to morphological differences and inability to interbreed?
Or could the cow with wings interbreed? We're way off in La La Land here, a fairy tale
Right,
land.
we're talking about a cow that cannot interbreed, and has wings. You'd say that's a new kind. That's not a cow.
Just going around
That's
in
a flying cow. It's a
circles.
different kind of cow, right?
Well, I've never thought about these things. I guess I think on more important things in life, but
Sir,
it's
I
still
mean, isn't this what your doctorate is on?
my doctorate in flying cows. Oh no, sir.
This is what you do. This is you're professional at this. And
Sir.
you haven't thought about this stuff?
I'm a professional at flying cows.
You're a professional at teasing people about flying cows.
I have said over and over, there's a lot of different kinds of cows in the world, 450 breeds, whether a breed is the same as a species or whatever. But
I'm
God
not
said
worried
they bring
about that.
forth
We're
after
worried
their
about
kind.
kinds,
So
not species.
silly.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
What I like, see, I was trying to be charitable to you. I was
I'm
under
just
the
a
impression that when
simple
evolutionists
country
said
debater.
no wolf gives birth to a non-wolf, that what you're not saying, show me a wolf that gives birth to a cat. You're saying, show me the development of something that is morphologically different from the ancestral population, and that can no longer make babies with that population. Is that right?
Well, as I said, the Great Dane and Chihuahua can no longer make babies, and they're still dogs. So I don't know that I'd be cautious of answering that with a definite hard yes.
Right.
But
I understand you've just thought of a counterexample to your own question, sir. I mean,
Well,
that
a
is
cow growing-
problematic.
A cow growing gills and living underwater would create multiple problems because now you'd have to have two that can do this, male and female, in the same
Right.
place at the same time. You'd have a
Right.
huge problem. And it
Right.
doesn't happen. Why are we talking about this fairy tale? We know
Well, sir,
cows make
because you
baby
just
Hey,
cows.
come up
Real
with
Rat
your own,
Hom.
this
Thank
fairy
you very
tale is
much
allowed
for
to
the
come
raid.
up with
Welcome,
counterexample
folks.
to your own question.
Playing some
I mean, I
Shadow
suppose
the Erd
nobody
Tree
but you could answer your
DLC.
challenge, but you've done it.
Farmers for thousands of years have observed cows make baby cows. They've never observed anything else. Science is what we can observe. Evolution
Dog
isn't
breeders have
science.
observed dogs that apparently can
Dog
breed
breeders
non-dogs.
have observed
right?
your mom.
And so therefore, we're all related to an amoeba. Is that your
That's
logical
not. That's
conclusion?
not. No, of course not.
Yeah, Real Rat Hom.
I'm not saying
Someone
evolution
mentioned
is
it in
right,
chat.
and I'm not saying creationism
Thought
is
we'd
wrong.
explore.
I'm just saying you're wrong.
I'm wrong by saying they always bring forth after their kind.
Right. I mean, you've just given a counterexample.
No, I didn't, because it doesn't happen. There are no cows with gills that live underwater. I didn't give a cow.
I'm talking about. So look, let's just nail this down so that we can actually move forward and we can get into examples. So, am I correct in saying that when you say that something crosses that arbitrary border between kinds, what you are saying is that it is morphologically different in some manner, right? And two, that it is unable to interbreed.
Unfortunately, Real Rat Hom, the only hopium that I really have is that it doesn't fundamentally change what we have to do. You know, it doesn't fundamentally change that we need to go out and make sure that Joe Biden wins, because otherwise we're looking at a fascist takeover of America. It doesn't change that we need to organize, that we need to protest, that we need to turn out more and more as we get closer to the general election. It just doesn't change any of that. And as for like the Supreme Court, unfortunately, the only way we can even tangentially interact with the Supreme Court is by engaging electorally, which also means electing Joe Biden and hoping that he makes changes that divest himself of this kind of power, you know, both for himself and in the future. You know, like it's tenuous, it's not good, but these are the two like legal options that we have available to us. So that's kind of where we're at. It doesn't. I think it helps to just point out like what all it means for us realistically is that we need to put in. We need to put in the work we were already planning to put in, but even harder. That's it. What's the cool sword you've got? I found this weapon, the ancient meteoric ore greatsword. A treasure of the ruined forges. It was once an arrowhead of the old gods' arsenals. 1 second, chat. I need to go smooch. Huh? No. My smooch was denied. Oof.
That true?
And therefore, it's a new kind. That's why I said I would be cautious to answer that way, because A, this has never been observed. Okay. Well, but they say, the textbook says, all life
It's my
forms
job
have a
to give
common ancestor.
examples of observing it, sir. Your job is just to tell me what it is I'm supposed to observe. Right?
Well, science
I
is
just
what
need
we can
clarity on
observe,
that.
study, and test. Look up the definition of the word science from the Latin word seer. You're a lawyer. You took Latin.
I'm not going to debate the definition of the word science with you, sir, because we don't we don't agree on that. I'm
All
just here to debate the definition of the word kind with you and give you an
just a
example of
humble
one
country
animal
debater.
taking going to another kind.
We are 1 hour into the debate
Yeah.
right now,
I
so
think, you know
30
what, sir,
minutes.
we're going to have to move on. We're going to have to move on.
Please,
And,
move on.
and,
Okay.
and let's just do this. You know what, sir? I want you to lay it on me. Ask me your question about whether I'm related to an amoeba.
I did already. The
Mm-hmm.
textbooks in school have these family trees. Do you believe this is accurate, that all life forms came from a single-celled creature like an amoeba? Do you believe that's an accurate representation of what we know scientifically?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. That's not a definite answer. Your Honor, make a definite answer. Your Honor, you're dodging the
all I
question.
can do is tell the truth. Look,
Okay.
it looks more likely than not to me when I look at the evidence. I'm not, a true believer or anything, but I think it's
Okay.
more likely than not.
So, Your
But
Honor,
look,
the witness is saying he believes the evidence shows that he's related to an amoeba. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Wow. Okay. So there, you got your question you wanted. Now,
All right.
where's the
Now,
evidence that an
I
amoeba?
take it from your scoffing that that you think that answer is ridiculous. Is that fair?
It is extremely ridiculous. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you think it's ridiculous because you think that a single-celled organism and a multi-celled organism, those two things are super different, right?
Even a single-celled organism is way more complex than the whole internet system of the world.
That's super interesting and doesn't answer my question.
It's too complex for a single-celled creature to evolve from non-living material, and it's not observable to see it ever become anything else.
That's
I like
also
science.
super interesting, sir. It was a really simple question. It's not a trick question.
Okay, you guys are
You want to
constantly.
hear my question again? Do you remember the question?
You just said you believe you're related to an amoeba. That is a religious belief. That's not science. Why do
Sir,
you
the
want to mix
question
it
I
in a
asked you-
science book?
Sir,
Why do you
the
want to mix
question
it
I
in
asked
a? You're polluting our science books.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
sir.
dude.
Ask the question. You told me to ask you the question. Are you related to an amoeba? And I did.
You
You
tempt
are
me with
related
your
to an amoeba.
siren songs.
Okay, I'm sorry. Start over. Go
I
ahead.
would love to get into that too, but the question I asked you was, the reason you think it's ridiculous is because you think that single-celled organisms and multi-celled organisms are super different, right?
No. The reason I said it's ridiculous is because it's never been observed, and we know of all kinds of biological barriers where it can't happen. So if you wish to believe it, you can believe it, but it's ridiculous to believe such a thing.
Right. And then why is it ridiculous? That's my question, sir. I thought it was
Okay.
because you think that single-celled organisms like amoeba and multi-celled organisms like humans are super different. Isn't that the reason why you think it's ridiculous?
That's one of many reasons why it's ridiculous.
It's
Okay.
one of them. That's fine. One of the reasons. Another one of the reasons is because nothing brings forth other than according to its kind, right?
That's all anybody's ever observed. Yes, sir.
Right. So, for example, there are zero, nada examples of multicellular creatures that spontaneously have some portion of their anatomy suddenly turn into single-cell creatures. Not one arm, not one leg, not one cell, right?
Well, no, multi-celled creatures can produce single-celled things like sperm and eggs, which have an incredible code that then make another whole individual of that same kind.
Yeah.
So I don't. Did you ask? Was your question?
No, that's
can a
not my
multi-cell?
No.
Okay,
What
say
I'm
it.
asking you is, no. I'm not asking you about sperm and eggs. No, that would be unfair. No. What I'm asking you is, if, let's say,
So silly, guys.
let's say my arm suddenly collapsed into being a puddle of goo because all of the cells went back to being single-celled creatures, right? That would be an example of my arm turning into a different kind, right? You're not going to look at that puddle of goo that's just a bunch of single-celled creatures and say like, oh, that's just human, are you?
Well, your arm could certainly be disintegrated into single cells. Each one would have 46 chromosomes if they're still alive. They would still be recognizable as coming from a human, but each one is not a human. Is your arm a human? No, your whole body is considered human.
map
Again, it's
is
definition of terms.
huge.
What exactly is a human? But no, all human cells, except for sperm and
I'm
eggs,
being
have
summoned for a
46
smooch.
chromosomes. They have 23.
Right.
And so,
So
that's all
regardless of the
it's-
fact
that's-
that regardless of the fact that they're otherwise genetically similar to humans, if all of the cells in my arm just decided we're gonna go back to being single-celled organisms, they would then be a different kind, right? A single-celled organism that's living as a single-celled organism, whether or not it has other genetic similarities to humans, that's a different kind, right?
Well, if all the parts of a car fell apart and I found a bolt on the highway and said, is this a car? Well, this is part of a car, but this is not a car. Together they make a car. All your cells together make an arm. So would we still call each cell an arm? I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right, so the answer to my question is yes.
No, it was.
Is that why I'm asking you?
If your arm turned into a pile of single cells, would each one
Living
be
as single cells, right? Living as single cells.
Well, I don't think they could, but
I know
again,
you
you're
don't think
you're off in fairy tale land. This doesn't
I know.
happen.
In SpongeBob, I just want to know if that happened, right? If that happened, then that would count, right?
I think we would be able to recognize these cells came from a human. Like you can
Who
probably
cares
recognize
if you
that.
can recognize where they came from? I want to know what they are right now. They're a different kind, right?
No, they're single cells that came from a human.
So you're okay. Well, then why is it ridiculous for me to say that I'm related to an amoeba if you're saying that I am the same kind as a bunch of single cells?
I didn't say that. You are made up of probably several trillion single cells that are each really complex, and together they make you. And so that's, I think, amazing. And
Right.
if they went back to single cells, we would call you dead.
Right. So,
Okay.
sir, let me try and look. If evolution were correct, and a human is just a colony of single-celled organisms that were somehow rounded up and given jobs, then it stands to reason that some of those cells, some of the time, ought to go on strike and just say, we don't want to be part of this human anymore. We want to do our own thing and just go back to being unicellular. But we don't see that, right?
You started off with a false definition that a human is a colony of single cells. I think it's way more complex than that. They are designed to fill their function. The lug nuts on my
I
car are
got my
designed to hold on the
smooches.
wheel, you know. So I think
Mhm.
each of the parts of your body is specially designed to make a human.
Mhm.
But again, we don't observe this happening. And you're going backwards from human to single cell. That's disintegration.
So what?
Let's take it from a single
What?
cell to human. Where are the
No,
examples?
let's take it this way. Like, I mean, what does it matter whether I'm going this way or that way? You say that I can't do it either way, right? Are you?
No.
You know,
We
let
see,
me ask you that question then. Are you
Okay.
suggesting to me, sir, that things can change kinds as long as it
Yeah, this
involves
is-
a loss of
This
information?
is going down
So it's
No, no.
NPC
entirely
like
possible
chat
for a
path.
human to go into being a bunch of single-celled organisms. Are you saying that's possible?
I'm saying a human can disintegrate into single cell. They would each of the cells would then die because they're designed to work together. They rely on a blood supply that something else is producing. So
Mhm.
each cell cannot live by its own. If I cut off a piece of my skin, it won't keep living.
Okay.
It'll, even though,
And if it did, it would be a different kind, right?
I don't know. I'd be cautious with that answer. It doesn't happen.
Right. I know it doesn't happen, sir. You know what?
Well, then
I
read the-
mean,
read the
I might
title of
have
the
convinced
debate.
myself here. I might have convinced myself, but I just want to know, if it did happen, that would be a different kind, right?
Oh, right here. Sorry, I got the wrong one. If it did happen, I don't know that it would be a different kind. Again, we're back in La La Land again with fairy tale stories, but
Well,
so
sir,
what?
I think where we are is in moving goalposts. Whenever I reestablish something, you know, all of a sudden, if I ask you whether anything qualifies, even the most fantastical example, even a cow jumping over the moon or an arm collapsing into a puddle of cells, you're not willing to say that qualifies as a different kind because you're afraid that I'm going to come up with an example that is exactly that.
Okay, well,
You
go
don't
ahead.
have to be afraid of me, sir. Just answer
Tell
my
us the
question.
example. The purpose of the debate is for you to give.
Well, here's the problem, sir. If I give you an example of one of those things, then you're going to say, well, that doesn't count, right? I need you to tell me that it counts before I give you an example. So this fantastical example, right? You think it's, you're pretty you're pretty sure it can never happen, right?
What can never happen?
It's
Your arm
fantastic.
turned to.
Yeah, my arm turns into a puddle of goo. You're
Oh,
not
it-
worried about that happening,
I
right? So,
assure you.
what's the problem?
No, I assure you, it will happen. You will die, and your body will disintegrate into single cells, and then they will all disintegrate into atoms, and you're going to be dust one day.
And in the event that those cells did not immediately disintegrate into other atoms, but started multiplying and living on their own as single-celled creatures, in that SpongeBob world, that would count, right?
They just happen to be on the losing side
Wow.
of the war, but it's still a wretched
I don't
shame.
know that that's worth even considering. It doesn't happen. It's not observed.
Well, sir, that's my problem. What your problem is that you have to tell me whether or not it would count.
I'd have to I have to ask for more time to consider that. I don't think, would man
Sir,
call it a
we've had
different
an
kind?
hour and 10 minutes. Come on. You got lots of,
Well,
you've had lots of
would,
time.
would some person call it a different kind? Maybe so. Does that qualify as the biblical definition? I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. According to you, you're the expert. You're the one with the doctorate.
Okay. Let me tell you this. Would those single cells of your arm be able to
Ooh, the air
reproduce
quotes are coming out, guys.
Yeah, they're able to reproduce. In this SpongeBob example, they're able to
and turn back to an arm?
No. They're not going to turn back into an arm. They're going to continue to be single-celled organisms from now on.
Yeah. So you're asking me if your arm disintegrated, would the single cells be a different kind?
Yeah.
By our definition of life forms, I guess we would say a single cell is a different life form than an arm on a human being. But they're not able to bring forth.
Right. No, the cell wouldn't be able to bring forth with the human, obviously. It would be bringing forth just by dividing, right? Like a prokaryote or not a prokaryote, single-celled organism.
You said earlier going either way, going from multicellular to single cellular, disintegrating, is not the same as saying going from single cellular to multicellular. That's never been observed. It's not science.
I don't care. All I care about is whether or not it's a different kind. So you're telling me, and I just want to nail this down, you're telling me that if cells in my body decided they're not going to cooperate and be part of my body anymore, they're going to do their own thing, they're going to live as single-celled creatures, that's a different kind. Those cells are a different kind, right?
I will give that a qualified yes. To my understanding of your question, Your Honor, I think that's probably a different kind.
Okay. All right, and it wouldn't even have to be the whole limb or whatever that suddenly drops multicellularity.
Okay.
Even if just a single cell were to do it, that'd be enough, right?
I lost a piece of skin cutting the tree down the other day, and it dried up and died. It didn't
That's
survive
not my
enough.
question. Not my
Okay.
question. So
right.
what's the answer to my question?
Try it again.
So,
The question. Please repeat the question.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, I might almost be convincing myself. I mean, like, so in scientific terms, to evolutionists, you know what? I'm going to change sides. I'm on your side now, Dr. Hovind. You know what? In scientific terms, evolutionists, if you would expect to see mutations where a multicellular part of the cell gets switched off, the cell reverts back to doing what it would otherwise. Your theory would predict that, but we don't see that, right, Dr. Hovind?
Not only do we don't see it, that's going backwards. Show me that the title of the debate is "Where's an example of something producing other than its kind?" You've given me fairy tale stories for an hour and 20 minutes.
I know. Look, I'm on your team now.
You are, yeah.
Oh,
I believe that.
No, I'm on.
I
I've switched sides.
I believe you. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and if something
This
were
is
to
kinda
suddenly drop
Looney Tunes.
multicellularity,
I don't know how to feel about it.
that'd be a different kind, right, sir?
If something would go from multicellular to single-celled, I don't think it would be a life form.
Oh, I'm sorry
I don't
about
think the
that,
cells can
Gamer
live like
G.
that.
But
Right.
good that you're in good health.
5 minutes
we're-
left.
Why are we discussing this fairy tale story?
Because cancer, sir.
Because of an
describing
answer?
No, cancer.
Oh,
We're describing
cancer?
Cancer. Yes.
Oh, well, I think a lot of diseases that man has, such as cancer, may have a totally different cause than we realize. It may be a deficiency. Like they looked for years, millions of people died of scurvy. Why did God give scurvy? He didn't. You got to have vitamin C to prevent it. Wow, they called them the limeys because they finally brought limes on board. It wasn't God causing scurvy.
Sir,
It
I've
was
just
them not
posted a
eating food.
paper. I've just
I think,
posted a paper.
I think cancer is a deficiency disease in the same category as scurvy.
No, sir, it's not. Cancer is
Okay,
not
what-
patient
what?
cells.
I believe that it is. You can believe what you want. Okay.
So, sir, the problem is
Cancer
that cancer
is
is a really
scurvy.
good example
More
of
at
a
11.
multicellular creature, or a cell within a multicellular creature, dropping multicellularity because of the mutation of one of 12
I can't
genes,
believe that was said
and
with a
then
straight
going off on
face,
its own
dog.
and becoming a single-celled creature. So that would be one kind turning into another kind. And if you'd
So
like
a-
to see a scientific paper that says that, I've just posted it in our little chat.
Let me understand now. You're
That was
saying a cancer
crazy.
cell forming in a body has lost, do you say 12 chromosomes?
No,
Did you say?
any one of 12. Any one of 12. The more it loses, the worse the cancer gets.
So if they lose one of 12 chromosomes, the cell becomes cancerous and now
Not
operates on
lose,
its own.
mutation. No, not lose, mutation. Those are the cells that are responsible for
It mutates,
cooperation.
it loses information, becomes cancerous, and now it can operate on its own.
That's right. It starts
Okay,
to
and-
operate on its own. It starts to grow without regard to the body.
And that is your evidence that an amoeba turned to a whale.
No, that's my evidence that that a multicellular creature brought forth life other than its kind.
So a multicellular creature brought forth a cancer cell,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore evolution is true. We need to teach all
No,
kids.
no,
all-
no, not evolution. Where did I say? When did it, that's not the title of the debate. That's not what I have
Oh,
to prove. All
okay.
I have to prove, sir, is I don't have to prove creationism right. I don't have to prove evolution wrong. I should have to prove you wrong.
Hold it. You said you're on my side.
Yeah, no,
I
no, but
lied.
then cancer. I just thought about that. You know,
What happened here? Oh, that's another
cancer.
SpongeBob story.
Yeah,
Okay,
cancer happened. I mean,
I
but
agree.
I don't know. Maybe, you know, if I'm understanding you, like, you know, are you saying that, what we're looking at cells, right? And those cells
Okay.
mutate, and now they're not cooperating with the body anymore. They're not living as a multicellular creature anymore. They're living as a single-celled creature.
Well, no, not quite.
And we can, and this is science, right? We can observe this. We can test this. We can repeat this. You can look at 100 different cases of cancer.
Well, you're missing a
Cat
major
walks into bar
part
with
of
a
this.
horse.
Can that cancer cell live as a
Uh-oh.
single-cell creature on its own, or does it now require a host to live in?
That's a good question.
That's a real
That
good
is a
question.
good. That's a. So what you're saying is that's not good enough. We need to be able to do this in a lab. We need to take the cancer cell out of the person, put it in something else.
No. Lay it on the floor. Don't give it any support at all. It'll die.
Right. Well, I mean, what if we put it in a rat and let it live there?
So if we give two cancer cells together, are there male and female cancer cells? Do they have to?
No, they produce asexually.
Oh, asexually. Okay. And so that is an example, for the purpose of this debate tonight, that because a multi-cell body,
Oh boy.
like such as a human, can produce a cancer cell, which is single cellular and now acts on its own. That is your evidence for them not bringing forth after their kind. Is that?
Right.
You
Right.
think
Well,
that-
I mean, I guess I'm saying, like, you know, you've identified a pretty, you know, a weakness, right? Like it.
So the Bible
You
is
know,
incorrect.
well, I'm not saying the Bible is incorrect, sir. I'm just saying you're incorrect.
Okay.
2 minutes.
So you were saying, like, look, if it happens outside of the body and then eventually maybe happens outside of any body, that might be something. Like, you're saying, look, come back to me when you can show that. Unless I see that, I'm not interested. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I would have to point out, for the purpose of this debate or any debate, that it would take quadrillions of changes to go from a single-cell creature to a human in all the charts that they show. And
Just
giving
12.
one, good point. I'll do some research on, is a cancer cell able to live on its own? I'm not aware of any that are. I think they always require a host.
No.
That doesn't have to be. a human
And so
host.
really you got a different problem now. But that's an example of going backwards from multicellular to single cellular, not. Was it
Oh,
the
God, he's
chart
the name.
show, the family tree? You asked me to ask you condescendingly, do you believe you descended from an amoeba?
Right.
Do you?
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think the
Oh, okay.
evidence. I think the evidence suggests that, and I think the reason it's not ridiculous is because if I can turn into a single-cell creature, the idea that a single-cell creature could turn into me is not that crazy.
Okay,
I
but
mean,
you said you're on
just
my
put a pin
side.
in this thing, sir.
Come on
So,
now.
in the event that we could show that the single-cell creatures lived outside of the body that evolved, then that would be better evidence. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'll do some research on that. I think the answer most people would say, so far, if you take a cancer, don't they cut out cancer to save a person's life?
Sure, but they also study cancer to see if they can prevent it. And one of the things they studied was
Right. Oh yeah.
how does it
So
start?
when they
How
cut
does
the
it
cancer
start?
Not
out,
like that
does
mouth.
it keep living forever? Does it start making more
Uh,
cancerous tumors?
That's a really good question, sir. I'm going to send you another paper to read. And yeah, basically that's what happened.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's probably pretty much it for tonight, Donnie and Matt. You know, we've gotten to where I want. You know, we've gotten to where I was hoping to get to for tonight. So I'm happy to stick around and let Dr. Hovind ask me any questions that he likes, and I expect naturally that you'll want to have another debate, Dr. Hovind, and maybe have a chance to read some of these papers, because of course, I mean, you know, you can't just digest them here on the spot. You need some time, and I think it would be reasonable for us to give you that time, and you can come back and we can have another go at this. What do you think?
Oh, it has been many years since I heard fairy tale stories like this, and it'll take me a while to come up with it. Okay.
Well, sir, I always do try. I do try and entertain. I'm glad that I could. I'm glad I could pique your interest at least.
Yes.
Let's give you guys a couple minutes to close up. Mr. Anderson, if you would like to give a 2-minute closing statement, and then we'll go to Kent, and then we'll jump into Q&A.
Sure. Yeah, I think we've made quite a lot of progress here.
What if the cancer
agreed on
turned into a crab? The most likely outcome, really.
World which focuses the conversation, and we'll be able to use that again, and referring to that as the October 13th protocol. We've cleared up some misunderstandings with regard to exactly what Dr. Hovind means when he says that things bring forth after their kind. We've got the criteria of morphological change and reproductive isolation. Dr. Hovind's got some papers about cancer that he can read, and he can respond to that. Dr. Hovind's also got the counterexample that he came up with respect to the dog, or sorry, the Great Dane and the Chihuahua. I think Wolf and Chihuahua would probably have been a better example, but that's something we can talk about some more in another debate. And hopefully you've all been entertained by this process, and we can look forward to seeing you next time when Dr. Hovind and I continue our polite, courteous discussion about potential examples of weird fringe exceptions to his general rule, because I have lots more. There you go. Thanks, everybody.
Well, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for that summary. Kent, we'll give you the opportunity as well to summarize your points for tonight. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And yes, I've been very entertained. It's been a long time since my daddy told me fairy tales, and I appreciate you doing that. Okay. All of his examples were an example, if they even existed, would be a variation within the same kind, microevolution, which does not explain the first 5 critical steps of evolution, which I cover on my seminar all the time. We don't see number 5, changing to another kind. We don't see origin of time, space, matter from nothing. They start with time, space, matter, and life, and complex code, and then want to go from there. The whole evolution story is a giant fairy tale. It doesn't happen in reality. There's no observations anywhere on the planet in all of history of a farmer seeing a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog. It just isn't science. That's all. Bible said they'd bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's.
It is actually like a very special kind of brain poison that makes someone prone to believing this. You know, like, it's really not it's really not that hard to understand the concept, to understand, like, oh, hey, small changes over time result in overall big changes. You know, like, it's not that hard to wrap your brain around. Especially when we're talking about billions of years.
Ever observed. I'm not claiming that should be taught in schools as part of the curriculum, so the burden of proof's not on me. They think they don't bring forth after their kind, and an amoeba turned to a human and a whale and everything in between. That's fairy tale
Only
stuff.
been 6,000 according to him.
Being taught in our schools. It's
Forgot
certainly not
his
science. It's
weird
you have to imagine
world.
that your arm dissolves and each cell can now live on its own and start its own country and city and everything, battlefield. It doesn't happen. We observe cows produce cows. 450. Man has decided to categorize them into different breeds of cow. The cows don't care. Nearly all of them can interbreed. So they're still a cow. Okay? It's man putting these classification systems together. It doesn't matter. They're still bringing forth after their kind. God said in the Bible, which I believe to be true, he made them to bring forth after their kind. That's what we've observed. I think that's as far as we can go with science. As far as how the cow got started from non-living material, that would be outside of science. So why are we teaching that to the kids? So I resent evolution being taught in our schools. It's a fairy tale for grown-ups. We saw that clearly demonstrated tonight. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Kent, for that 2-minute summary. Gentlemen, very entertaining debate. We've had close to 300 people enjoying. And so let's get into some audience questions before we wrap it up. Matt, I'll hand it back to you. Oh, Matt, I think you're on mute, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll start off just with real quick statements. These, because they were super chats that came in, so I'm guessing they're geared towards.
Okay, quick Shadow of the Erdtree question for folks who've been playing. Is there a good way to kill these giant, like, flame giant things? Because, like, I fought that one for a while, and it seemed like the hefty pot being thrown in the top was really the only way to get that done. And I'm just wondering if that's accurate.
Hi, just caught up on stream. I am from Sweden, and my American friends are all getting their passports just in case. It's not a perfect country, but at least our politics is boring and interesting.
I like boring and uninteresting politics. I wish that's what I was talking about instead. Wait, okay, so I can attack their feet, knock them over? I didn't even know that was an option. I'm gonna try it.
Mr. Anderson into making him want to become a believer. Basically, this one
Hey,
came from
Rat
Bubblegum.
Slink.
Said, the self-arrangement of elements by
Also,
random
Vox
chance
Syndicate,
to
thank
make
you for the
functional
$5
structures
dono.
is an atheist miracle. Natural things don't do that, only minds do. And then we find the same type of statement by George Bond. Life is a miracle. Rock soup doesn't result in codes, codons, information, and decision-making algorithms. That requires forward thinking, forward planning, and requires a forward planner. Now, I would normally give you guys a chance to respond, but we're running out of time. So the next one is a direct question from Mr. Anderson, and that is, what is your favorite Matrix movie?
Oh,
Yeah, the first one. It's a classic. Just by way of brief response to the,
I
to the
do
other guys.
not
you know,
like
look,
how
guys,
many NPCs
I mean,
are in
I'm
this
not
fight.
trying to dunk on creationism in general. That wasn't, the goal for tonight. My goal is just to provide an example of a kind producing another kind. Whether or not God did that, whether or not that was because of evolution, it's not the purpose of this debate. And Dr. Hovind, if you want to talk about stellar evolution, or you want to talk about the origin of the universe, or any of that stuff, like, let's do it, man. I love that stuff. But we only had an hour and a half, and I mean, look how far we got, right?
If you'd like to respond, go ahead.
Right. I don't think we got anywhere. I still didn't see an example that's supposed to prove of, any. Have you shown me? Have we seen it happen? Imagining your arm dissolving is not seeing this happen and these cells becoming. So your best example that you gave finally after an hour and a half was cancer. You're
Well,
saying
and you got your dog example too. But yeah, I mean, the two examples of cancer that are backed up by that scientific research, and also backed up by the fact that you agreed that those things would qualify as different kinds. Yeah, those. I mean, I think we did. Sir, I look forward to talking to you some more. I think you're a very good debater. I think we can make a lot of great
Okay,
content
I
together.
attacked their
So
feet a
I mean,
lot,
I had a lot of fun.
but they didn't really
I hope you did too.
seem to be
I had a
responding.
blast.
So
Yes. So the fact that humans or animals, also living organisms, can produce cancerous cells is enough evidence for you to believe these family trees.
No, sir, it's just enough evidence for me to believe that there are these weird fringe examples of kinds producing and bringing forth other than their kind. I'm not saying that it always happens. I'm not even saying it usually happens. I'm just saying it can happen. And there's, here's one example. And you're
Some
right,
of
we
them
had to
have
go through all that
protected feet?
presupposition stuff, and it was
Oh,
boring
wait,
and stuff
okay.
like that, but it was kind of necessary because it kind of nailed down a bunch of stuff, and then we made some progress. And we
Okay.
can do this again. I got tons
Wait,
more
I'm gonna
examples.
try
and
it
we
with
can,
the first
focus
one
on the
we
examples
encounter.
next time if you want.
Okay, would you agree it would take trillions of changes like that to make these family trees true? Until then, these
Sure.
are lines on paper. This is not science.
Sure,
No, I
but
wouldn't agree that
DNA
it takes
can change
trillions.
while being
Trillions is not
alive.
much. Quadrillion, no. Like,
Quintillion.
it's less than that, actually.
Oh.
Like, yeah, and the reason for that, as I understand it, and this is a little bit off topic, but you asked the question, is that like there are parts of the genome that code for proteins and that are really important for determining like morphological differences, and then there are parts of the genome that aren't as important. Like, it's not that they don't do anything, right? It's just that they don't do as much, right? So a lot of these morphological changes are driven by mutations in those more important parts of the genome, and then a lot of these like less important ones, those happen too, but they're not as critical, if that makes any sense.
Okay. You mentioned them turning off functions. Are there any that add new novel information? Or is all these mutations downhill, negative, away from the goal?
That's like a super interesting question, and it's
Yeah.
not one that I'm going to be able to answer. And kind of, we could do that with, like, you know, we'll talk about. I mean, we'll talk about whether or not you want to do more examples
Have
of,
been
you know,
fucking
weird and
fucked.
wacky
Then
examples of changes of kind. Because, like I said, I got more.
Yeah,
We
thanks
can
for
do
gifting
that. Or we
Vox
can do this other
Syndicate a
question
sub.
another time. I mean, you know, I'm open.
Right. Would you agree that an amoeba does not have the gene code to make an arm, and it would take lots of genes to make the genetic information to build an arm that functions, 2 of them, and the nervous system and the blood system to supply them, and the balance system to keep them going? There's a lot more to just an arm than the cells to make that arm, the bones, the muscles, the tissues, and there'd be a lot of stuff that would have to be added to an amoeba. And you're thinking random chance over billions of years is able to do that.
Well, I mean, you know, I think when you say stuff like that, you're kind of being a little bit unfair to amoebas. Like, they're super interesting. They're very complicated, and they've got bigger genomes than we do, right?
Yeah,
So, like,
they're smart enough to become a whale if you give them a while. I know.
well, I mean, I don't think that amoebas that like. I mean, we've kind of been using amoeba as like a shorthand for like single-celled organism, but if you're
Right,
talking
right.
about like amoeba, like amoebas didn't. You know, nobody thinks amoebas became whales, right? But like, you know, I thought you were talking about like amoebas, the actual like
Oh,
thing.
they're
Like, they're
cool.
super
Put on-
different. Like, I mean,
God.
you know, they're way different. They've been evolving like in a different direction than us for like a really long time. So like, they're super different.
Oh, they are amazing. And many single-celled creatures have a little hair at the back, the flagella, that's attached to a motor that turns 100,000 RPM. And 8 million of those motors would fit on the stump of a human hair. Pluck a hair, cut it off, 8 million motors. And all 8 million of those motors happened by chance and came from a dot of nothing exploding.
I don't know if they
I'm
happen
on
by
your
chance,
side.
but it
I'm
is
on your
super
side now.
interesting. It is super interesting that there's that
Gentlemen,
many motors.
I'm on your side.
Oh, hey, I love it. I love it. Let's be on the same team. That's what I was trying to say. Like, we just gotta ask each other questions, right?
All 3 of
You
us
can
can work
come
together now.
visit me in SpongeBob. Right? Come visit. It's nice here. You know, we got eggs. We got, or I don't know, eggs. We got.
Okay.
I don't know. We got stuff.
All
All right,
next
gentlemen.
question.
Oh, yeah, you got it, Mac.
Okay,
Actually, I'll
I think
say
I
Matt
got
before I
this.
hand it to you. A lot of people in the audience asking about the
I think
next
I got
open
this
mic.
now. I
For
learned.
round 2 between Mr. Anderson and Kent, we'll definitely incorporate an open mic. So hopefully sooner than later. Okay, Matt, feel free to ask the next question.
All right. Mr. Anderson, if you can explain the differences between
Mr.
species
Anderson.
and what we creationists define as a kind.
No, I can't. Like Dr. Hovind said, like there's like 26 different definitions of species at least. I mean, like species. The problem is that life, like reality, is kind of messy, right? And so, trying to define species is it's like drawing that line on the color gradient. And you ask a different scientist, they'll draw a different line. It's like, if you want 3 opinions, ask 2 scientists.
Good one. Kent, would you like to
I
help answer it for him?
I like that answer. That's good. Ask if you want 3 opinions, ask 2 scientists. Probably if you want 10 opinions, ask 1 lawyer. Okay.
Yeah, the jokes usually originate from
Okay. You're right.
Damn,
the word
dude.
species
Okay.
and kind are used interchangeably. This
Good night,
is
Fox
all
Bat.
man drawing
Get good
lines to
sleep.
decide
Tomorrow's a
which
new
one
day.
goes in which box. Okay. The animals do not care. They know what their kind is. Here's Webster's dictionary: species, a kind or a sort. synonyms for species. Synonyms.
Don't
of
use the
kind.
dictionary. We're above that. You've got a doctorate. I'm a nerd. Let's not use the dictionary. That
So
sucks.
dictionaries don't count.
Well,
A
not for
doctorate,
this
being a
context.
Where would
nerd.
you like me to
Use
find?
a real definition.
Okay,
Because
let's take the ultimate source, the Bible.
Oh,
They can bring
God.
forth after their kind. Now, I just trumped the whole argument. I brought the ultimate irrefutable source way beyond a dictionary. God said they can only bring forth after their kind. I win. Good night.
well, answer.
All right, gentlemen, I guess we'll go to. Actually, what we'll do is this one here because it's a super chat. Matt, if you want to read this one to Kent.
Sure. Kent mentions the inability to make vitamin C. Why is it all great apes also make or can't make vitamin C? Why do we all have the same broken gene caused by the same mutation?
I'm not sure it's caused by a mutation. I don't know that. We could assume that. And if the diet, I think God was amazing. He designed the world that not only has living creatures, but the food that they need to live. And he told Adam and Eve, eat the fruit, vegetables, and seeds. And if we would simply do that, it would provide most of the minerals we need and probably wouldn't have any diseases. So I think most of the disease, well, back on vitamin C. We know the sailors died in the British Navy from scurvy because of lack of vitamin C. And they finally started bringing limes on board. They called them the limeys because of that. So do we all have the same broken gene? I don't know. Are great apes, do they die of scurvy? I don't know.
If they don't eat vitamin C, yeah, they do.
Oh, how do they get vitamin? Is there something in that
same way
ape
we
that
do, they
wants?
get it through their diet.
Yeah. So
Get
just the desire.
dunked.
Sometimes you have a hunger, like I want to eat an avocado or something. You don't know why, but maybe that's got a vitamin you need. Where did that drive to get those vitamins come from? Is that design? I mean, when my car can't get enough gasoline, it starts sucking in air and starts gurgling and calling, lights come on, like, give me gas, Where's the light coming on that tells your body, I need vitamin C? How does the ape know? You see all of our animals around here at our petting zoo, they select what they want.
It's
When I offer
like
a hot dog to the
cravings.
squirrel,
It's
he's
your
not
food
interested.
cravings.
I'll offer a
for
hot
like
dog to my
fruits.
dog. Whoa, I'll take it. When I offer a peanut to the dog, he don't want it. They all seem to know what they need. I think that's pretty cool design.
All right, Matthew, unless you wanted a quick thought, we can move to the next question. Up to you, gentlemen. Okay, let's Matt. Let's go with. There you go, Matt. Go with echoing erudite.
All right. For Mr. Anderson, during the debate, you mentioned cells evolving to getting a backbone. Can you show the observable evidence for this happening without
There
just
we go.
inferring and asserting it?
Did it?
No. Next question. No,
Deflecting
I'm not going to be
hard
that dismissive. So this kind of comes back to this whole concept of like
Nice.
what is
What is
science,
this?
right? And one of the things that Dr. Hovind likes to say is that science is just what we can see and observe, and that's not science. That's looking, right? Science requires a little more than that. Science requires a degree of imagination and inference, and it's that imagination and that inference that allows us to take the evidence of the things that we see and figure out larger processes of things that we can't necessarily see, and then we can get a lot more out of and understand the natural world a lot better and make predictions because of that logic and that using of evidence to create inferences and use our imaginations.
Kent, would you like to answer that?
Well, science is knowledge gained from observation, experiments to describe the world around us. I agree. I'm in favor of imagination. I had a wonderful time tonight imagining your arm dissolving.
Oh, Kent!
I don't want it to happen. Well, you brought it up. I thought, wow, what would happen if my whole arm dissolved?
But I didn't
use
think you
it
were
all
going
the
to
time.
enjoy it.
I use it. I didn't say, well,
It was a
I
thought
like
experiment.
I like using my imagination. Okay. I agree. Things that we see cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. We see that. Millions of people have seen it. They've observed it. That's all we've ever seen. Now, anything beyond that is imagination. And since the word science comes from the Latin word seer, knowledge, what do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. That we know. We do not know dogs came from an amoeba. That we don't know. So that's outside the field of science. Just like you're wanting to get something outside the kind, I think your evolution religion is outside the field of science. And you can have it if you want. And you, obviously you do, but it's not part of, it shouldn't be part of science. Science, Latin word seer, scientia. What do we know? Evolution is not
Thanks,
science,
Red,
it's
huh?
a religion.
I was
And you're
wondering
welcome
about
to
those
it.
things.
Knowledge gained through study or practice. Okay, you go practice all the dogs you want, all the cows you want. See, get it to turn into something different. It won't happen.
Well, okay. Do you guys mind if I go off on a little rant here, or do we need to move on?
Yeah, you can have the last word. It was a question for you, so feel free. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh wait, he's
I'll give you an
super into
example. Let's say
SpongeBob.
we
It's so
watch a
weird.
video from 40 years ago of a man with a bowl of soup, right? And you see the pursed lips and you see the ripples appear on the surface of the soup. So if you were to watch the man do that and all you were allowed to do was observe, then all you could say is that when he pursed his lips over the soup, the ripples appeared on the in the soup. And that's not very useful. And it's not science because it's just describing what you see. Science requires that addition of a little imagination. You can't see the air coming out of the man's lungs and hitting the surface of the water. So you have to take the things that you can see, like the shape of his lips and the ripples and your knowledge of the past and your own experiences in terms of what those things are usually paired with, and imagine that it means that when you see lips shaped like that and ripples across the top of that bowl of soup like that, that means that man was likely blowing on the surface of the soup. Long ago and far away, and even though you weren't there. Now you have inferred using your observations and your imagination. And is that science? I think so. You have a theory that allows you to make a useful prediction, like that the air is coming out of the man's lungs and moving over the soup, and that cools it. And going even further, you might even imagine, based on all these things, that the soup is hot. And that's kind of cool.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. There you go, Matt.
Okay, do I get to answer that?
Oh, sure.
That finally is a good illustration. We don't know what gravity is. We can observe what it does. We can observe the air hitting the soup, making the ripples.
We
Actually,
don't
we
know what
can
gravity
see air
is?
molecules under a good microscope, see the oxygen
What?
and nitrogen and et cetera, carbon dioxide. But
I don't think that's true.
we have to imagine that he's indeed blowing on the soup. This is where you can extend observable science within limits. So, but you guys want to take observable science of dogs producing a variety of dogs, big ones, little ones, and come to the conclusion that dogs are related to butterflies. That's way outside the field of common sense, science even. Takes a real, you'd have to be smoking something to believe that.
Well, I mean, I don't really think it's that different, Dr. Hovind,
Well, no, you
for
don't.
you to ridicule that, than it is for you to say that that this inference with respect to soup is predicated on this belief in this invisible idea of air that nobody has ever directly observed, and that we can't even prove that there was air in the room when the video was taken long ago
for my
and far
family.
away. I mean, would it be fair for us to call our theory about the existence of air a religion?
Chill, dude.
Well, no, that analogy at some point would break down, like all analogies do. I think that's a reasonable conclusion. The guy's blowing on the soup. Of course, there could have been an earthquake at the same time and shaking the soup, and he's going, "Ooh, earthquake," and we might come to the wrong conclusion, But I'll go with the earthquake. I think it was an earthquake, and he was going.
Oh, I think maybe the ripples were made by supernatural forces, and you know what? You cannot disprove that the ripples, that he wasn't just pursing his lips, and that God wasn't making the ripples in the soup. I mean,
Yeah, we could.
based on the logic that I often see from you, those two explanations are equally likely.
I didn't say they're equally likely. I said we could sit here all night and make up fairy tales. Somebody in the other room was blowing through a long straw, and he was just trying to fool everybody. Oh, yeah. Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Waste of time.
Why
Move
do
on.
we do this? Why do we do this, Dr. Hovind?
Well,
Why
I
do we
do it
torture
because-
ourselves like this?
I do it because I am concerned about your soul. I think you're more than just a collection of cells. I think you have a body, a soul, and a spirit. And I think God designed
God damn
all of
it.
us, and I think we've all sinned and broken his laws, and I want to see you go to heaven. And I
you
think
know,
you were taught a dumb theory and you believed it. I think the Hamas people were taught something stupid and they believed it and they act on it. They
no,
think the
I
Jews
mean,
are inferior.
I'm not affiliated with Hamas, sir.
No,
But
no.
I do
But-
appreciate your concern for my soul. That's very touching.
But you were taught evolution and you believed it. I'm sorry for that. I would like to help. I'd like to undo the
appreciate your
damage that
help.
some teacher did to you.
I appreciate your help. You know, I look
Keep
forward.
watching. Keep
I look
watching my
forward to some
videos.
more.
Hey,
I look forward to more help.
I'll send you one to Canada, wherever you are. Okay. Watch them.
I think I've seen a lot of your videos already.
Kent Hovind
And it didn't work yet. Watch them
Is-
again.
is one of the most
Okay.
You guys are going to be
autistic
best friends in
motherfuckers.
no time. So what we'll do,
I think that might be true.
Just doggedly dedicated
gentlemen, let's
to his
wrap it
position.
up with. I know you have another appointment tonight, Kat. So let's wrap it up with one more question. As 2 hours has really flown by. This has been fun. The audience has had a good time, and I'm sure people are already anticipating around
Damn
two.
it, I hate these things.
Mr. Anderson and Kent. Okay, Matt, here's the next question for you, brother.
All right, Kent, this one is for you for starting. What is a kind, and how do you determine what organisms belong to the same kind, and how
Just a
different
set.
do those organisms must become before you or they are considered to be a different kind?
This has been a puzzle for science for thousands of years. You know, how do we classify them? And I'll go back to what I've said hundreds of times.
I feel like we have pretty
The animals
good
do not care how we
definitions.
classify them. We have on our North 40 a bunch of cows and sheep and horses and donkeys all mixed together. They wander around freely together. I feed them all at the same time out of the same trough. We pet them all. The kids have a blast. And the cows show no interest in the sheep in mating with them. The cows, they know what their kind is, so they're smarter than most evolutionists. So they think they know their kind. That is kind, a sort. The Bible says if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. But just like scientists have always had a very difficult time declaring exactly what is the definition of species, I'll show you here, right here. To this day, Scientific American, to this day, scientists struggle with that question, what is a species? The debate over species is far from over. I think I suppose the same is true of kind, but see, I'm not asking for mine to be paid for as by taxpayers and put in the public schools. The evolutionists are demanding that their religion of all these animals coming from an amoeba is science, and we all should pay to have that be taught. So I don't have to prove the definition of kind. God said if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. I think that's generally really observable and intuitive to a 5-year-old. Most people can tell. Ask a 5-year-old, is this bird the same as this cow? Oh no, they're a different kind. So generally it's intuitive, but again, species is not defined. 26 definitions of species. What is it? Most of them will say, well, a good synonym for a species is right here. I'll show you. Synonym for species, kind. What is a species? It's a kind or sort. And you can get science textbooks or dictionaries or whatever you trust and say, they're all going to say that. I don't think anybody knows for sure where the border is in every case, but it doesn't matter. The fact that we can't define the border between orange and reddish orange doesn't mean that black is white. Go ahead.
Well, I think that Dr. Hovind's absolutely right. You know, even in this very debate, we've really kind of nailed down what a kind is, and generally what we would say is morphological differences and an inability to interbreed. But if you're unsure, then you know what? Take the two animals, put them in a pen together, and they bring forth, then they're probably the same kind. So, you know, if you take a wolf and a chihuahua and you put them in the same pen together, the wolf's going to mate with the wolf and the chihuahua's going to mate with the chihuahua, and the only thing the wolf's going to do to the chihuahua is eat it. So
Right.
they're different kinds, right?
Oh, because it eats it? No.
Well, no, because they don't mate,
Okay.
and they're
They
super
probably-
different
no,
in size.
They probably could. Might be physical limitations, but genetically, I think the number of chromosomes, there have been examples of dogs and wolves mating, and
But
dogs and
never
coyotes
chihuahuas
mating.
and wolves. Never
Well,
chihuahuas and
Chihuahua's
wolves.
barely a dog, but yeah, it's still in the dog.
Exactly, it's barely a dog. It's a different kind than a wolf, even though they share a
There's
common
a
ancestor.
dog coyote hybrid. Let's see, I've got
That's
samples of
another
all.
good. That's another good counterexample. I mean, we're full. We're knocking them out tonight.
Hey, remember, I'm on your side now.
No, we're on the same side.
Yeah. Okay. Question.
Team
I've been drinking
kind.
water. I've been drinking water for 2 hours, and I got to go potty, so talk fast. Go ahead.
No,
No,
you,
you go.
gentlemen, we'll be fair. You've given us 2 hours of your time, so we'll wrap it up there. That way, Kent, you can have a potty break before your next show. So, Mr. Anderson, again, good job tonight. Definitely a lot of fun. Matt, I'll hand it over to you as our host and moderator for tonight, brother. Feel free to give us some final words and wrap things up.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for the audience for throwing in all those questions, because I'm sorry we couldn't get to all of them. We did our best, which ran out of time. Maybe in round 2, we can have another one. So we
I'm
can.
sorry to interrupt, Matt. We should make sure that the 2 papers that I posted in our private chat get posted onto the community site, so that anybody who wants to read them can.
I've got them saved. I saved them for you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, and I hope everybody enjoyed, and if there's going to be an after show, I do not know where that's going to be. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything go by in the comment section, so if anybody wants to have one, now is the time to post that in the comment section, and you guys can enjoy the after show there. And
I'm happy to have an after show if somebody wants to let me know where it is.
Awesome, or if no one does, you can also have one on your channel. Do you have a channel? You don't have a channel, okay, well, you can start one.
I just like being mean to people.
Don't worry, you know what? Next
I
week's
hope I
open
wasn't
mic,
too mean, Dr. Hovind.
next week, you worked, Kent and Mr. Anderson.
That was silly. Folks, I'm very tired. Thanks for hanging out with me. I don't know. Today's been a lot. I'd recommend all of you guys get some good rest, because we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up. We'll move it across the finish line on a new day. No more silly content. Well, the good news is, on this YouTube channel, GamerG, there is in fact a part 2 to this debate. Posted in chat, you guys can host it. There we go. Jeremy will absolutely chicken out. Sorry, Banana Brains. It's so late. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleepy. I'm a sleepy lady. Just noticed Pixel's on. We'll go raid. Also, Ratslinks, thanks for being here. Hope y'all enjoyed. I know I was pretty low key this stream, but I'm just doing my best. I'm just a little gay on the internet. Okay, doing my best. Your well-being takes priority. Thank you. I wish it took priority to me, but I'm glad at least one of you appreciates my well-being. Good night, everyone. And don't worry too much, okay? Don't get trapped in despair. Don't give up. We got this together. Good night.